All right, I wonder if I'm live. What everybody else is seeing. Oh, okay. Looks like I am live. Um, cool. That should do the live chat. Huh. All right. Well, let's see if I've got one part fixed. See if I can't get the other part to go. See if this works.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry. Cause he loved in London and Paris and Tokyo, America, Scotland and Canada and Mexico. They say I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Gotta love a good entrance theme. Hopefully, Joe Hendry wins the belt tonight. Be interesting seeing the TNA Summertime track to win the NXT.
I believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry is a prestigious. Wave your hands from side to side.
That's cool. All right, I think I'm somewhat getting this down. I don't know why it's displaying the other stuff instead of showing the chat. All right, that's better. Check the chat, make sure that's working. There we go. Chat looks like it's working. Maybe move that chat a little bit more. All right, cool. Cool. All right, here we go again. All right, so I figured tonight, let me turn that off. Hopefully that works better. So tonight, what I'll be doing is I'll be painting, I'm guessing the Pokemon for my daughter. We'll make it a short stream. I know it's Sunday, 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 Sunday. Is it a bit dark, mister? All right, so you can see the black critters. I'm using this new lighting setup, and I'm not sure that I like it. Let me try adjusting one of the lights. Let me know if it looks better. Oh. I think it's something with the webcam, I'll be honest with you. If I adjust this one, it's one of those cheesy ring lights. I'm going to move the camera down. Last stream was brighter, huh? Huh. All right. Let me see if this gives it better lighting. It's weird how this stuff works. Still looks dark. What's up, Bubba? I wonder if I drop this one down like that. I mean, could also be because everything's been painted black. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to really screw with the lighting. I just literally set up the lighting rig. Let's go to, oh yeah, it looks a little brighter. I think that's as bright as that one goes, which is weird. You would think it would get brighter than that. Yeah, you know what? It could be the webcam adjusting, like the iris in the webcam, letting less light in or a certain color and texture of light. All right, that's good. Try and get it as good as I can for you so you can actually see. Anyway, what's going on, guys? How's everybody doing? How's your Saturday night without ABL? Is the sounds better though? It's funny. I got to sit here and read the chat to find out. I hate the fact people can't just actually talk back to me, but I'm not sure how to set that up. Sound is perfect. Okay, that's awesome. I wonder if that'll change. I mean, can you hear?
What if I want to talk like this? Do I sound better or worse? I sound like I got a big old set of nuts.
I adjusted something and didn't slice that over so you can actually see that a lot better. I sound like a truck driver. So before we even get into like painting and all that, I got one for you. My pal Bubba, he called me right before I was about to go live. And he told me that whole thing in Aurora with the Venezuelan gang that's taken over an apartment complex and they were trying to play off. Apparently, the Hells Angels are going there to take back the apartment complex. So we're going to have an American gang versus a foreign gang. And they're not sure what the Venezuelan gang is, but they think it might be MS-13. So this is about to get real interesting. Candy Cane. I forget the name of that dumb movie it's from. Candy Cane. Dude, that's going to get stuck in my brain now. Yeah, no kidding. Well, like I said to my pal Bubba, it also sounds like, I don't know if you've ever seen, there's a movie called The Raid Redemption where the cops go and they go to break up like an apartment complex with the drug dealers at the top floor and they get ambushed and trapped in there and they've got to make it through all the way to the top to take out the head drug dealer. Really good movie, but then they basically used the same premise and redid the movie in the new Judge Dredd with oh god, what's the guy's name? He plays Butcher. He's played Dr. McCoy. The name of the actor escapes me. But yeah, he played Judge Dredd in it, and he had to get to the top floor and take out Cersei Lannister. But it really does sound like something, the kind of movie a conservative would make, like a hardcore, like, oh yeah, here we go. Carl Urban, yeah, there you go. And he was an awesome Judge Dredd. Like Sylvester Stallone had to take the damn helmet off just to show it was Sylvester Stallone underneath. And it's like nobody's gonna mistake your voice and the way you talk and that jawline, buddy. You didn't have to take your helmet off. But yeah, I can definitely see them doing some stuff like that where the Hell's Angels just don't even play. Like they'll shoot first, ask questions later. So if that actually goes down the way they're saying it's going to go down, it'll be interesting to see. Okay, so I guess on to the painting part. We'll start off with Torchic, I guess. Torchic, he's a fire type Pokemon. Like I got to learn this crap because you have kids. You have to learn all the Pokemon, all 1,000 and some odd that there are. But the one she specifically asked me for was, and he's a little dusty because I primed him a while ago. But it's like a fire chicken, basically. I had a buddy. He drove a Firebird. We used to call that the fire chicken. But no, this is an actual fire chicken. Oop, there we go. Try and get it in there. So that one's going to be a lot of heavy oranges and yellows. What's up? I'm Sheree. How are you? Glad you could make it. That's awesome. Sheree is the predecessor to Bina as being the greatest mod. The other one we're gonna have to paint is gonna be every kid's favorite, a goddamn Pikachu. Good old lightning rat. And then she wanted a Squirtle, so I'm gonna do a Squirtle with sunglasses. Hey, cool guys. Yeah, I thought I said something about streaming in ABL's chat, but I didn't want to like blow that up real loud just because it is ABL's stream. That's just not right. Like going on some other streamer's platform and saying it. Like I told Alien that I was going to be cutting on around 8 o'clock too because he's streaming now, and I just out of nowhere he started streaming. So I was like, oh, well, crap. I guess me scheduling stuff Thursdays and Sundays. So this way I'm dancing around a lot of the other bigger streamers. Like ABL's big on Wednesday and Saturday. So I had to dance around him. Tim Pool streams Monday through Friday. So I don't really worry about that because it's like you're either going to tune into him or you're not. The biggest streamer on Sunday, I think, is Salty Cracker. Hail Salty Army if you're out there. The salt must flow. But he goes on to Rumble at, I want to say, like right around the time I come on at 8 o'clock. So I'm not kind of overlapping with him. And I basically picked Thursdays and Sundays to stream because like nothing's happening. Nothing happens on a Sunday because everybody else wants to be monetized. So they want as many eyes on their stuff as possible. Me, I'm not worried about the monetization, so I would rather give some people something entertaining to watch on a Thursday or on a Sunday. When Game of Thrones or something big like that and cultural is on a Sunday night, people usually stream right around 11 o'clock or whenever the show ends. That's a good call. A TV guide of when people are streaming. That's actually not a bad idea, mister. Not a bad idea at all. All right, so let me see. Now, one of the problems I have is this. I haven't completely figured out OBS yet. So there's stuff that I don't know how to do. As a matter of fact, like even just before I even launch, how everything I've got to adjust everything, set the chat and all that. I'm sure there's a way that I can master it, but I've had like exactly 1 day since the last stream to go back and look and try and adjust stuff. One of the other things I have to do is tone down my language a little bit because I listened to a little bit of the last stream, and I dropped more f bombs than shock and awe back in the day on Iraq. It was bad. Yeah, mail out a paper version to everybody. Just the printing cost on it alone wouldn't be worth the price of admission. All right, so since I can't do that, let me pop up my backup tablet. See see if I can't look and see what color scheme, because I think we'll start with the Torchic. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know what the Pikachu looks like. I think pretty much he's just brown and yellow with the red cheeks. But a Torchic, let me see. He's like orange. Basically, it looks like his. He actually doesn't look that difficult to do. Let's see if I can get that in the camera. There we go. You're gonna be able to see the light ring. But that's basically the color scheme we're gonna go with for that little chicken, little fire chicken. Is just an orange and a yellow. His beak's not open in the 3D model, so I can kind of skip that. So he's gonna be a pretty orange base. I know a lot of people in here. We're all older, so you might have grown up with Pokemon, like when it was on TV. Some haven't. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Sheree. I mean, look, I'm. I said this in the last one. Don't send me super chats. Don't do memberships. Don't do any of this. Everybody wants to make money, and it's a grift. Like, I can respect the creators that say, "Hey, this is a grift. Like I'm grifting. I'm saying this, that, or the other thing. I'm going to rip on this person or say whatever just because I want to make money off of it. And I don't really care about the money. It's more I got to do this stuff anyway. If I had a superpower, it would be being lazy. So by streaming, it forces me to paint. Plus, if I can tell somebody else, like, look, I'm taking $1.19 bottle of paint that's going to last me for like 12, 15 models, stretch it out, shoot it through a $40 airbrush, and make it look some kind of way, make it look good. It's kind of worth it. Like I might help somebody out who doesn't have the means or whatever. And if they're doing it as a hobby or they're just starting out, you don't want the best of everything. Like I I know I should be painting right now, but I'll get into it a little bit about good equipment and how it doesn't make you better in all cases. I only know Pikachu. Yeah. Yeah. And Bubba is way too old for Pokemon. Um, but yeah, back in the day, I'm a pool shooter. I've shot pool for a very long time. I talk with my hands, and I guess that's the easiest camera angle is to show my hands. So I shot pool back in the day, and I was an okay player. The first championship I ever won was with a pool cue from sending in Marlboro Miles. You could get a pool cue. I got one of those, and that's how I won my first championship. But anyway, you're always short. Players are always looking for different things. as far as ratings go. So you want somebody who's lower rated. Well, this one guy shows up, and he was, I'm going to say mid-20s. He shows up and he's carrying a Predator bag, a Predator pool cue. He's got like the whole chalk holder. He's got the glove. But the Predator stick alone was worth, I want to say, $1,100. The pool case for it was at the time probably about $400. Has a Predator brake stick in there. That was probably another like $300 or $400. Had a Predator jump stick, which we can't even use in that league, so it didn't matter. But anyway, he shows up with all this equipment, and we're like, "Oh, this guy's going to be a shooter." We put him on the table. He couldn't make two balls in a row. It was like he was a god awful player, and I'm like, "Why the hell did we pick this guy up?" And everybody's like, "He showed up with all this nice equipment. We thought he was going to be amazing." Yeah, not all good equipment. It's really more about the skill of the user than the equipment in some cases. And what I found is with airbrushing, like I have paints that like Vallejo where it's specifically for 3D models or, miniatures for D&D, stuff like this. Very, very expensive. The pigment's really refined. That's basically what you're paying for is the refinement in the pigment in most cases and the viscosity of the paint. Um, I don't use it because I don't feel I'm good enough to use it yet. Maybe one day when I'm like, oh, well, I know exactly what shade to extract this color and everything else, then I'll switch to it. So realistically, I'm calling this thing happy little accidents. Well, happy accidents, but it's just like Bob Ross. Everything's a happy little accident. If I make something look nice, then that was a happy little accident. Yes, I hand paint too, Sheree. I do. I use the airbrush basically to get so that picture of the Torchic, for example. Let me pull it back up real quick. So the Torchic, like you can see, most of them is that orange. So this little, oh, let me move it down a little. This little piece here is going to be orange, and then the back comb is going to be yellow. Um, all around his head is orange. His body, for the most part, is orange. His feet are yellow. So if I hand paint that, you're going to be able to see every brush stroke because I am an amateur at it. But if I use the airbrush, I can coat the whole area very, very smooth and make it look more uniform and make it look tighter. And as a matter of fact, with the black being in the background of the Torchic, it's going to actually accentuate that orange. But the trick is figuring out which color of orange to use. So what I found works best in most cases is shooting it with a lighter orange and then going up. Because, I mean, we're looking at pumpkin, hot saffron, pure orange, tangerine. And I really have to, hopefully the colors come through better. But you can kind of see the difference in the colors. Like there's slight variation. Like you would think those are the same colors. They're not. One's pure orange, one's pumpkin. One's just a hair darker. Yeah, but Sheree, it's not like that's kind of the other point to the stream is the hand brushing. I mean, airbrushing. It's actually not as difficult as you think. I mean, if you want, I can tutorial you real quick. I did this last stream too. But the airbrush and like most of the ones that you're gonna get that are nice probably aren't gonna have this on it. This is what's known as a Mac valve. I can literally tone down my air and paint flow from here. The paint goes in the top. up here in this piece. And then gravity is going to pull it down. What it is, and I can break it apart for you, I guess. So what you actually have is there's a needle in there, just like a tattoo gun. Actually, it's not just a needle. It's a pretty bent needle is what it is. Really need to straighten that out. But what happens is the paint pulls down from here, goes into the chamber. If you press down on this, you probably can't see it. If I, oh, I'm knocking stuff everywhere. Um, if, damn, I hate that rig. I'm gonna have to fix that. I grab like the glove. If I just press down, you can see the air blowing out of the gun. Oh, maybe if I put it on camera, you can see the air blowing out of the gun. So just pressing down. It's not until you pull back. That actually is, and let me get in nice and tight, see if it, come on camera, adjust. Take some of this stuff out of the background, put my hand there, and maybe it'll adjust. But there is a needle in the center of the gun. I don't know if you can see the needle in the center of the gun, but when I pull back, you see how the needle retracts? That's allowing more paint to flow out of it. And that's all it really is. So you just press down and pull back when you're doing it, and you're spraying the paint. Yeah, there is a surgery for a bent noodle. We had this one buddy, me and my pal Bubba, who's watching back in the day, and all the girls used to call him Captain Hook. I'll let you guys use your imaginations to figure out why. That's actually a true story. Yes, I have to change the needle. There's also a way to straighten this needle that got bent. And it got bent from me banging it, like getting too close to a model and bumping against it. The needles get bent all the time. I have spare needles. I can just switch them out at will. But there's also different sizes of needles. So, like this gun was my original gun. And it's the same exact brand, same exact make, same exact model. It was $40 per airbrush. They're cheap. They're cheaper airbrushes that come out of China. And the red one, I actually have a 0.5 needle in there, so it releases a lot more paint. This one is a 0.3, so it's more controlled. And then 0.2 is what they use. And you can use it to pinstripe a car if you get car paint and run it through the airbrush. The brand is called Neo Deco. I tell people this, or Neo Echo, rather. I tell people this all the time. If you're looking at airbrushing equipment, you're not exactly sure what to buy and if it's good or not, there's a channel, and it's Barbaros Rex. He collects airbrushes and uses them like constantly on his streams, everything else. He's actually like, he paints spoons with them and everything and shows you what kind of quality control. And then we'll rate it overall, like which airbrush is the best. So they're all the whole thing is easiest for a beginner. They make ones that don't have anything like this little Mac valve, because like it took me a while to figure out even how this thing worked. They make them where they're just full bodied, and then you just put the paint in and shoot it out, and then real easy to clean apart and everything else. This one is actually like I can adjust the depth of the needle, everything through the back end. If I want to take the needle completely out, that's what you're looking at. The other big thing with the gun is with the Neo Echoes that I really like, or Neo Deca, or well, it's Neo Echo. But you have to match the size with the needle. So this is the size. Well, I can't remember what the hell they're called, But basically, it's the needle guide for a 3, and there's little air canals in it or what have you. And it's just the needle slides through it smooth. But the big thing about it is this one is auto centering. So some of them you actually have to center out the needle and everything else. But yeah, you drop it in there, basically screw your cap on. The needle slides in through the back. Oh, well, it should slide in through the back. That's not good. How bent is this thing? So the trick to straighten out the needle, you hold it at an angle and roll it. You really should do it on cardboard. Oh my God, that needle is bent. Let me grab a piece of cardboard real quick, see if I can't straighten it out a bit. You want to take like like a piece of corrugated cardboard, press down with one finger solidly, and just spin the needle and pull back on it a couple times. Oh my goodness. I might just go to a new needle. That one is pretty shot now that I'm looking at it. They sell needle sharpeners. They're like 40 or 50 bucks though. So I have not gotten one. Not one I can get. Let me see. What am I using? 0.3 millimeter. You can get for 15 bucks. You just get a new needle and throw the old one out. 0.3. Let's see how you look. That one's bent too. I must have used this one. It's not as bent as the other one though. That one's not terrible though. I'll go with it. You're over there taking paper notes. Like I said, there's really, I was like, I wanted to try airbrushing. I didn't want to go crazy with it. I think the first total setup cost me, with the air compressor, everything else was like $120, $130. And then the air compressor I got, you can kind of, well, no, you can't see it on camera, but it didn't have an air tank on it. And I found that the air tank was a pretty huge thing. Why is that not pushing through? That's not good. Tell me you're jammed. Tell me why you are jammed. See, thank God I got light over here. What the hell did I do? Did I not clean this thing out last time I used it? Feels like it's hitting one of the seals. That should not be linking up like that. Ooh, I might have to switch over my red one. Oh no, there you go. Just had to push a little harder to get through that seal. The other thing is you will stab yourself with the needle like 10, 15 times. Oh yeah, it does look like a bowl. 110%. It looks like, matter of fact, I think that was the first thing that either Devin or Bina had said, like, oh my God, that looks like a bowl. Not wrong. Not wrong. It does look like a bowl. Trust me though, you would not want to put stuff through this like that. I mean, it could be fun. I don't know. Let me see. Well, let me grab a cigarette. Hey, what's up, Danny Boss? How are you, bruv? See, will that blow the smoke out of my cigarette? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I'm not seeing any smoke come out. Oh, little red paint in there apparently. All right, so let's see. I guess we should start with. We'll go to one of these two. So close, yet not sure which. I guess we'll go pure orange. We'll just cheat it. Shake it up, shake it up, shake it up. Not trying to do anything pornographic there, but first thing we have to do is dilute it like normal. Go ahead and get yourself a little helping of paint in the little, I think they're called souffle cups. That's what we called them when I worked in the kitchen back in the day. Then I've got some clean water here. Add a little water. Start breaking that down a little bit. Thing is, different colors have different sizes on their pigment. Like I said, when you're going with a Vallejo or one of the nicer ones, nicer paints, definitely more expensive. But that's for a reason. They grind up the pigment a lot more so it layers better. Oh, that's awesome, Danny. You're watching Alien too? Yeah, he was going into Turkish bathhouses or talking about Turkish bathhouses on the stream, and I'm not going to lie a little bit. Actually, you know what? Let's mix the two. Let's see what this looks like with a decent mix to it. And all I kept thinking when he was talking, every time he said Turkish bathhouse, all I could think of is that old joke in that movie Airplane, which you probably haven't seen, Danny Boss, because you're too young. But most of the other people in the chat have definitely seen Airplane. And the captain of the pilot, the main pilot, Captain Over, Under, or Unger, I can't remember what his name was, turns to the little kid that they bring up into the cockpit with him, and he's like, "So, Billy, have you ever been to a Turkish bathhouse? So, Billy, have you ever seen a grown man naked?" And like that's all that kept going through my. I was like, "Oh, I can't stay in here. This is." In most cities, when you say bathhouse, means something exactly right. You got it, Mister. It's like, yo, why don't you go hang out in a truck stop? Do you like movies about gladiator? Yeah, that was one of them. One of my favorites was, and I think it was the first or second Airplane. They had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as one of the co-pilots, and the little kids like, "You're Kareem Abdul-Jabbar." My old man says you need to hustle more out there on the court. He says that you're lazy and you shouldn't. And he's like, "I'm not Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, kid. Whatever name they gave him in the movie." And then finally grabs the kid. He goes, "Look, you try covering somebody's ass for that long out on that court. You tell your old man to go running up and down there." Uh, and to be honest with you, not only is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar a very large man, the other thing and the funny thing about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is he was actually a student of Bruce Lee. That's why he appears in the Bruce Lee movie Game of Death. Bruce Lee's martial art. Actually, Bubba, who's in the chat, he and I, well, Bubba actually went to the classes, and then he and my best friend Scott would come back and they would show me what they learned in practice with me. But it's called Jeet Kune Do. And Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Bruce Lee, like fighting him because he was so tall that he had this enormous reach on him. So Bruce Lee had to be extra fast to get in tight on him to work on his body and stuff. He saw it as a challenge, like a mountain to conquer. Jesus Christ. Is that true, mister? Fun fact. There are literal regulations regarding that the two primary pilots on the flight can't have the same meal because of possible poisoning issues. So what you're telling me is on airplane where they all ate the fish and that's what knocked everybody out. If one of them had just eaten the chicken, they would have been fine. Like by regulation, one of them has to have the chicken. They can't both have the fish. Like I 110% believe you. All right, I might actually be a little too lucid on this paint. We'll find out when it comes out of the brush. Your best friend for airbrushing? Lots and lots of rolls of paper towels. Because you are going to make a mess. I don't wear gloves. I still haven't gotten all the black paint out of my hand from last time. Let's see how we're shooting. Very light, but it'll work. It just might take a couple coats. All right, let's rock and roll this little guy. Oh yeah, I'm way too light. I've mixed my paint way too thin. It's going to take like 4 or 5 coats at this rate. Also doesn't help. It feels like the brush is half jammed. It's going to have a marbling effect apparently. And I know it's going to look like crap at first. The thing is, if it's shooting too light and it's coming out too thin like it is right now, that's fine. Just make sure that you hit a spot and move on because you can always go back over it. But you can see how it's tiger striping where I'm pushing paint because all it's doing is the air's hitting it. I just need to let that dry out a little bit, hit it again, dry out again, hit it again, dry out again, hit it again. I'm also going to back off my needle a little. Open up my airflow a little more on my Mac underneath so I get more air pressure coming out. Push more paint out. But yeah, I mean, it's not difficult. It can look like crap. Like I said, it's a happy little accident. But the trick is, how do you fix a happy little accident? You just roll with it. Hey, what's up, Atomic? Good to see you. Did you enjoy the movie last night? Creature Features always cracks me up. You guys are awesome for introducing me to that channel. It's really all about the chat and everybody having fun in it. You know, I'm sitting there messing with lighting and everything else all day. You'd think I would have gone and made sure all my airbrushes were super clean and didn't. But now I'm just using the air to dry it off a bit. I'll go back in and hit it. Gamma people was a weird dude. It was like the Hitler Youth. Like I don't know what they were trying to do. That film was the precursor to like the Red Skull and Steve Rogers being made as Captain America. So what else is going on? What else has everybody been up to? What do you guys want to talk about? Like I said, this show isn't just about me and doing crappy paint jobs. It's also about you guys and what's going on. What have you seen in the news? Anything like interesting? I think the most interesting thing I heard was what my pal Bubba had to say. I'm gonna give this thing a little clean real quick. See if I can't get some of that crap out of there. So it does feel like something's jamming the airbrush a little. It's a bubble maker. Give me. Get that schmutz out of it. What are we doing? Painting Pokemon right now and just BSing Atomic. Everybody just doing their normal thing, I guess. It's a Sunday, so. Good day for yard work and being lazy. And watching an idiot like me have fun online. Can we talk about women who talk too much? I mean, what the hell is that? What exactly does that mean, Danny Boss? Why? How do they talk too much? Saw Wells Fargo's lady deceased at her desk for 4 days before being discovered in Arizona. Well, somebody really wasn't paying attention. I mean, either she worked a lot of overtime all the time, or somebody was just like, "Hey, you know what? That's Dolores. Leave her alone. We don't bother Dolores because she's mean," and they just left her there. You sound like a British Seinfeld right now, Danny. That's hysterical. All right, let me see if I can't thicken this out a little. We're getting way too much run in it. That's what happens when you let people who work from home, less employed. No one notices when something weird is happening. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna lie. Um, I'm never going to what my wife actually does for a living, but there are people at her job that work from home and everything else, and their husband will come in and find them dead at their desk, working from home, just from stress levels and everything else. It's crazy. It's insane. Like, I mean, I'm no spring chicken. I'm pushing 50, and I don't have exact. Well, I eat. I eat right. That's one of those things. That whole eating one meal a day thing. I don't know about that being a healthy habit. I've like. I think if you intake the right stuff, because if you break it down to even like bodybuilders don't eat once a day and work out. They eat protein throughout the day. They eat like 10 or 12 small meals, like maybe like a little chunk of a chicken breast here, a chunk of chicken breast there, and some white rice, pure protein, and then go and work out. I don't think eating once a day is a good habit. Yeah, I mean, that is true, mister. That all you do is sit around wearing sweatpants or whatever. But at the same point in time, there's two types of people that work from home. And there's the type that are more productive because they're home. And then there's the type that abuses the hell out of them being home. I know that you can you can work from home. Say you set up an exercise bike at your desk and just pedal the entire time, and you're not really gaining weight. You're just working out at the same time you're working. Damn, this airbrush is not pushing this paint right. I must have a serious jam up in it. You're killing me, airbrush. You're killing me. Yeah, see, Sheree, you are one of the lucky ones. I know people that have been overweight their entire life. And then, like in my case, I never put on weight until I got married. And that's only because my wife is an amazing cook. Like she can go into a kitchen that has like almost nothing in it and come out with full meals. So it's like I've always been skinny my whole life, and I look at myself now and I've got like serious dad bod going on in the middle region. And I'm like, oh, I'm so fat and all this. Like that super skinny chick that just has that little bump and she's just like, I'm so fat. I get like that. But then I realize, nah, I'm just old and not getting dad bod. I feel all right about it. All right, I am going to take this thing apart and clean it real quick because she is not pushing paint the way it should be. I mean, the paint's flowing through fine. I just dumped some out. You didn't gain weight, then she put it on me? No. Well, to be honest with you, my wife always says, because like I love my professional wrestling or what have you. If my wife had gotten a hold of me when I was like early 20s, I would have been the next Shawn Michaels. I really would have. She would have, because she would have balanced my nutrition out and everything else. When I first got married, the words that came out of my mouth, she'd come out and go, "Oh, this is a steak with a nice béarnaise sauce, this, that, and the other thing on the side." I'd just be like, food on plate, food in stomach. And then as time's gone on, now I look because she would put dipping cups with like, different types of sauces and what have you in the side. And she'll come back and be like, here you go, here's your steak. And I'm just like, what? No béarnaise sauce? Where's my béarnaise sauce? I need my dippies. I got spoiled. Yeah, the sweet chin music. Shawn Michaels is one of the greatest of all time and one of the most difficult divas in the back, from what everybody said. And Bret Hart wouldn't. He's one of the greatest of all time, and everybody says the same thing about him. Like he was always too hyped up on himself. Oh, I am spoiled rotten. I really am. My wife spoiled the hell out of me. But you gotta have that you gotta have that give and take, I guess. She gives a lot. I take a lot, but I give back in my own ways. Good Lord. That thing had something really jammed in there. Really, really jammed. And I don't even know. Can you guys see that in there? You can't. It doesn't really translate on camera. Like lighting or what have you. But the canal where the needle runs is actually coated in not orange paint. See, can I actually see in there? I can. Oh yeah, there's some definite crap in that thing. The joy of painting. You're going to make a bunch of happy little trees if your brushes ever work. Like at this point, it might have been faster just hand paint the thing. I'm getting about the same crapped up results. I don't know. Do I lose my voice when the air compressor comes on anymore? Or is it better? Should be better. Dude, Marty Jannetty, Mister, you bring him up, and I know, because the whole Midnight Rockers and then the Rockers tag team when they were in WWE. Marty Jannetty is a very weird dude, and he was very talented, but man, if you ever look him up online and just look up some of the stuff he did, there's a reason why they didn't keep Marty Jannetty around. Okay, so I did do some adjusting right. Now if I can just get the paint to shoot right, I'll be in business. Sitting here telling Sheree like fibs. Like, oh yeah, it's real easy. Watch this. Oh, it jammed. Oh well, I'm screwed. Add a little bit more reducer. See if I can't get this thing. Yeah, like the whole thing is you really want the paint like the consistency of skim milk or whole milk. One of the two. I can't remember which, but it doesn't really matter to me. As long as I know it's that, yeah, runniness to it. Problem is, I saw when I was breaking it down, there was a ton of just thick pigment in it, which is never a good thing. A little bit more water. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what pill that would be. Maybe if I give the paint a little Ozempic, it'll get thinner. But let's compromise and do consistency of milk. Yeah, that works. I think that should do it though. Let's try a little in there. We'll just try a little bit. There we go. Happy little accident. Looks like it's coming out now. I'd say that's just a little bit better. Either that or else it's because I'm shooting onto a build-up layer. But yeah, I'm just going to roughly hit where I want to hit with it. Let it dry. Come back over for a second coat. I'll actually go in. I think I'm not even going to try airbrushing the yellow part. Out of paint. He's shiny. I think I go back and hit it with yellow with a brush instead of using the airbrush for the yellow. See, I'm getting that push from the air, so it's going to spread it out. Let that chill for a minute. Just hit it with some air and see if I can't get the overall paint to harden up a little, dry up a little, so it's tacky, not completely dry, but then I'm not pushing the pigment around in the slip. Oh, or I'll just throw it all over the place. So let's see. That's the whole thing. All right, here you go, guys. What's everybody's top 5 movies of all time? I mean, I can tell you without a doubt, my absolute favorite is Raiders of the Lost Ark. Not Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Raiders of the Lost Ark, because that's what it was called when I saw it in the theater when I was a kid. But overall, that was always my favorite movie, even though when you really break the plot line down, everything Indiana Jones didn't really have effect on anything other than himself and the adventure. I should be running dry here in a second, and I am. All right, let's let him dry. Clear out the brush real quick. Everybody loves Shawshank Redemption. I might be like one of the only people who wasn't a big fan of it. Forrest Gump was a good movie. Was definitely. Bronx Tale is an epic movie. Absolutely epic movie. Life. Wait, Life the horror movie? The original Judge Dredd, Lord of the Rings trilogy, I'm guessing, all the Matrix movies. Just to start with, need some more time to think. Well, Lord of the Rings, yeah, they were all fantastic films. Um, as you know, being that nerd that read all the books and everything else, like the fact that Tom Bombadil is never mentioned or never brought into Lord of the Rings is a sin, considering how important he actually was. Never even mentioned. Um, the Matrix. There's only one movie. Oh, Life with Martin Lawrence and Eddie Murphy. Okay, where they're in prison and they like get out and get nailed again and keep getting and they just spend their entire lives together. That was a funny one. Not my favorite Eddie Murphy movie. My favorite Eddie Murphy movie has to be Trading Places. That movie cracks me up every time I see it. Um, yeah, but like that's just it. So the whole thing with the question is like it's not really that hard. It's one of those questions of what's your taste in movies, you know? Like because if you go by the standard of like oh the 100 best movies of all time, I think Citizen Kane is always like number 1 or 2. And like I can't disagree that it was shot well, acted well. It was pretty much Orson Welles' masterpiece, but I really don't give a shit. Like I just don't like the movie didn't resonate with me at all. It was just like, oh, okay, so it's a sled. I should have said spoiler alert before that. Okay, so horror, sci-fi, and thriller for Danny. Um, I mean, comedies, stuff like, and I'm not gonna lie, a little bit. You got to figure I was probably 9, 10 years old, and some of the greatest movies, even now, came out where they're remaking them or doing spin-offs to them now and everything else. And I think that's just to capture our dollars. Like, I mean, you had Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back come out, which is up there in my list of movies. Just I remember watching that in a theater and listening to an entire theater full of people gasp when it was "No, I am your father." Like stuff like this. Um, Ghostbusters. I'll never forget watching Ghostbusters drive-in for the first time. Back to the Future. The '80s had some fantastic movies. They had some real shit-tacular movies, but they also had some great movies. The Matrix 4, I thought was an abomination and should never have been made. I think when you go back and you're going to basically just all you did was redo the original Matrix. So you did like a remake but sequel at the same time and it just wasn't good. Yeah, the Anakin movie, so Star Wars, I'll even say that there was 6 movies total cuz I don't mind the prequels. I think they're kind of boring because they drew out the trade dispute and everything. The abomination that is the sequel trilogy, I can't watch them. I just cannot. Like the first one, The Force Awakens came out. I thought it was okay when I saw it. And I was like, oh, they got a lot of different ways they can go with this. And the more I thought about it, I was like, wait, they just basically redid Star Wars. Like the whole plot to Star Wars, it was the same thing. Mister, yeah, I'll tell you what. You know what old Jack Burton always does at a time like this? He scrolls up to see what movies you liked. Yeah, Big Trouble in Little China is definitely one of my. It's definitely in the top 10. I love that damn movie. The Goonies. The Goonies when I was a kid and that came out was fantastic. Army of Darkness was great. I just thought it was really screwed up that they gave it an R rating. That movie should have gotten a lot more traction than it did. But Sam Raimi got into a fight with the studio over the rating on it. That's why the one part where they're all hounding him after he comes back, oh my God, what a great job. You saved us, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, yeah, you're welcome. Oh, thank you for saving us. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then finally the last guy comes up and he's just like, get the fuck out of my face. That's why they left the language in was because they were going for a PG-13 rating. So they toned it down a little bit. But then he threw some of the language back in because he did not submit the other two. Sam Raimi famously did not submit Evil Dead 1 or 2 to the Motion Picture Association of America to get rated and put them out as R ratings or whatever. And so when he tried to put out Army of Darkness, they wanted to rate it X, just to mess with him. So it's a shame. That movie could have been a lot darker. I think Ash vs. the Evil Dead, the TV series, was actually more what Sam Raimi was kind of going for. Trading Places, like I said, that's like my favorite Eddie Murphy movie. I'm a kung fu man. I bleed on the inside. It's like one of my favorite parts of that movie. I do the quarter blood technique. I go, what? And a quarter blood just falls out of him. And then Tremors. Tremors isn't bad. What's interesting is the sandworms that are in Tremors are actually based on the Mongolian death worm, the cryptid, the Mongolian death worm that lives out in the desert. Yeah, you're right, Bub. Most of the movies made after 2000 do for like every now and again you get a good one, like the John Wick series. Come on now, you can't say that's like a terrible movie. Um, a matter of fact, out of the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, the best movie I think they did was, God, what was it? Infinity War. Yeah, the one right before Endgame, Infinity War. I thought that was the best of them because it was the Empire Strikes Back for this generation of kids. I'm not going to list my holiday films. All right. Well, what's one of your favorite holiday films? Yeah, History of Violence is really good. Danny, you've been going down like a dark rabbit hole lately with your movie choices. You watched American History X, I think. Yeah, that's fine, Atomic. Like you can throw them out there. You don't have to pick favorite. Like I'm just going overall, because there's so many movies. Like one of my favorite movies is Tombstone is definitely in my top five. Yes, Winter Soldier was a great like spy thriller. Like that was a very good one, Mister. That was definitely one of the better. Believe it or not, one of my favorites from the MCU was actually Thor Ragnarok. That movie just cracks me up every time I watch it. Oh no, Thor's locked in a cage. How's he ever going to escape? Die Hard and Lethal Weapon, Mister. You can't forget Lethal Weapon. They're both Christmas movies. I'll argue to the death that they're Christmas movies. Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy was actually a surprise, considering the comics were very little known. And I think James Gunn is going to try and do he tried to do it with the Suicide Squad. They said, "Hey, you can do any movie for us. What movie you want to do?" I want to do the Suicide Squad. It's like, oh, so Guardians of the Galaxy on Earth. Gotcha. Yeah, but all right. So it's one of those things: comic book nerd versus MCU nerd. I did love the fact that Valkyrie was drunk through the whole movie. I also didn't. I wouldn't have minded if they made her like a lesbian. That's fine. The thing is, the Valkyrie is like a stunning, tall, Nordic blonde woman in the comics. They changed it up. Now it's Jane Foster. I want to say she's the Valkyrie now, but the Valkyrie in the comics was like this stunning blonde. And they switched it up on purpose. Kind of plays into that identity politics, kind of a little on the woke side. Oh, damn, Atomic. That's a hell of a top five. The Secretary, really? With James Spader and, oh God, what's her name? Maggie Gyllenhaal, right? I remember that one. Um, Sunset Boulevard and Blue Velvet, weren't they both? And I'm trying to remember the guy's name. Dude who did Twin Peaks, David Lynch. Is that his name? The Hunger, I don't know if I've ever seen. The Outsiders was good. And another movie, if you really like The Outsiders, there was another movie called The Wanderers back in the day that was kind of like The Outsiders. Okay, so it was David Lynch. Okay, good. Yeah, I didn't watch Thor: Love and Thunder. I'll be honest with you. I stopped watching all the MCU movies after Black Widow. After I saw Black Widow, I was like, this movie, I'm done. I'm tapped out. I'm good. Yeah, The Road is really good, Danny. That's with Vigo Mortensen, where he's got his son, and they're like in a dystopia and everything else. That movie proves why cannibals are a lot more scary than any kind of zombie you could ever come across. Because actual thinking, active humans that are going to eat you is a lot more dangerous than any zombie I've ever seen. Yeah, stay golden, pony boy. Um, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of other movies in the vein that you might like if you like The Road. The Road was very well done. It's one of those harsh movies. Then there's the movies that you can only watch once and like you never want to see again, even though they're just fantastic movies. The movie with Mickey Rourke and oh god, what was her name? I always call her the chick from a different world, but she was also Aunt May in Spider-Man No Way Home and all that. Marissa Tomei. She was in My Cousin Vinny and everything. They were in that movie The Wrestler, and that one's like it's harsh, but it's kind of the reality for some of the wrestling superstars of the past. He did the same director did another one called Requiem for a Dream, and my God, you can watch that movie one time. You might watch it a second time, but it's just it shatters your heart by the end of it. 9.5 weeks with Kim Basinger. They made a second one with Angie Everhart. I want to say it was like 9.5 weeks two or something. Yeah, The Wrestler was a good movie. I mean, it's one of those redeeming movies, and they leave it open at the end. Like, I won't spoil it, but the way it's shot at the very end, you kind of you can either give it a happy ending or a very very tragic ending. All right, we're looking a little dry there. I can probably hit another coat on this. Yeah, yeah, that's his name, Darren Aronofsky. Should have known it. Um, One of my favorite directors, even though he doesn't get it right every time, he gets it right a lot. More often than not, is Christopher Nolan. I think his takes on some of the stuff that he's done has been just fantastic. Like Memento was great. And I remember on the special edition of the DVD, or just the regular ass DVD, there's actually a hidden feature where you can watch Memento, because Memento is shot backwards. You can watch it actually the way it, forward. See, like The Shining, the movie, though. So the problem is, up until the book that killed me was the Tommy Knockers. At that point, it made me stop reading Stephen King because I hated the book that much. But the Shining book versus the movie is a lot different than the book. There's so much stuff left out, so much explanation that's left vague, but it doesn't make it a. It's still a great movie. Maybe one time. I mean, I don't know if YouTube would allow me to get away with this. I'll have to figure it out. I actually have a copy of the original Corman version of the Fantastic Four. And to be honest with you, it's probably the best Fantastic Four movie, even though the graphics and, like the special effects aren't so special and it's dated and everything else. Still a fantastic movie. Yeah, I mean, there you go. There's a good question for everybody. So the books are usually always better than the film because, you're going to internal monologue and all that. Can anybody name a movie where the movie was actually better than the book? Oh, I didn't even tell you guys the most screwy one for my top five either. Here's the one that, like you hear me talk and you hear my mouth and all this kind of stuff. What if I were to tell you one of my favorite movies is a musical? Clockwork Orange was a decent one. But yeah, one of my favorite movies of all time is a movie called Seven Brides for Seven Brothers. And it's about these backwoodsmen in Oregon country in the 1800s, I want to say. The Pontypridd brothers. And like that movie, I've loved it ever since I was a kid. See how we're looking. Yeah, we're looking pretty even on that paint. See what I mean? Happy little act. See what I mean? Happy little accident. Paint's coming out all right. Just took a couple coats to get them. No, not hairspray. Cats, I was never a big fan of. Grease is a great movie, but honestly, that is one of those movies that has one of the most screwed up, like, messages in it. The message of that movie is basically in order to get the man of your dreams, you have to be a complete slut. Or be somebody you're not. Because, let's face it, Sandy was never like. She's just not that girl. She's that nice, sweet girl. And she has to become a slut to get John Travolta in the end. Yeah, Clockwork Orange, that is a good one. It's a good one, not one of my favorites. Little Shop of Horrors was great. Although I prefer the there's an alternate ending that I prefer versus the one that they actually had in the film. And at the end of Little Shop of Horrors, where everybody's happy and all that, the alternate ending is Audrey 2 actually eating, like they're fighting Audrey 2 with like helicopters and tanks and everything else. She's just wrecking the city. Yeah, you're right, mister. You don't get popular by saying no. But that's just it. What happened to your moral fidelity? All right. I think that's enough of this orange. I think we got a pretty good coat on there. Let's see. Look at his little beak a little more. I think I just screwed it up too and bumped the back of him. I did. I can see my fingerprint. Happy little accident. Try and get that nice candy shell on him. Oh my God, no. Why would you do that? Why? Why would you fall over now, you little bastard? Oh, look at that. Let me see. Yeah, look at that. He fell over. I gotta rebuild it. Can I save it? Use the air to push some of that paint out. I wrecked my candy shell. I had it all nice and even. Now I got runners everywhere. Oh, oh. We'll fix that in post. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It be, I could never get into the damn TV show, even though it was Joss Whedon. And he did produce one of my favorite TV shows, which was Firefly. I also really liked, he did Dollhouse. and that one I thought was really underrated. But that's because he was taking his time building it up, to be honest with you. But I think Joss Whedon, he was really good at building a dynamic and character dialogue. Is really what he was good at. So you're finally watching the X Files. Yeah, I do like the way in X Files people got so upset and offended because the one Fed that's always showing up, the mystery dude, his name was originally the Cancer Man, and they had to change it to the Smoking Man because, hurting people's feelings. Yeah. He's not as orange as Trump, though. Has said that I've seen that for years. Still feed me Seymour, and I don't get it at all. Yeah. All right, so here you go. This was going to be a loaded question because we have girls and guys in the chat. What is the best chick flick? And please don't tell me that there's no such thing as a chick flick. Because there absolutely is such a genre as a chick flick. All right, I'm clear on that brush. I'm going to go and load up, let's see, chick flick. If I got to pick my chick flicks, I'll go with The Notebook, A Walk to Remember. What's up, Beans? What chick flicks? I would figure some of you guys would be the masters of these. Like, I'm sure Danny's got like his favorite romance of all time is probably like Candyman or something. Cutting Edge. That's that figure skating one, isn't it? And You Got Mail is the Tom Hanks one. Most of the Adam Sandler movies, Danny Boss says. So what, like The Wedding Singer and maybe 50 First Dates? My Best Friend's Wedding in Sweet Home Alabama. You ready for this one? Here's one of my top chick flicks. The original Rocky movie. If you watch that movie and you watch it from a perspective of it's a love story, it's the truth. It really is a love story. Yeah, it's about, a guy going the distance and all that stuff, but it's really about the love story between Rocky and Adrian. And what is the best line out of the first Rocky movie? It's either got to be, I fought important people. I fought Spider Rico. It's either that or else when Paulie, Rocky's like, "Hey Paulie, what does your sister like to do? Where should I take her out for a date?" And Paulie turns to him and says, "Take her to the zoo. Retards, they like the zoo." Chicken Run is a chick flick. Rocky 110% qualifies. I'm telling you, if you watch the entire series of Rocky, it's not just about a man going the distance, it's a love story between Adrian and Rocky. Talia Shrier, like, everybody always overlooks the fact that she was in The Godfather, too, because everybody always pins her in as Adrian. Yeah, I mean, even Rocky 3, you got to say it's a love story, because even in Rocky 3, Apollo's training Rocky's beating the crap out of him, everything else. And Rocky is sitting there going like, "No, man, no. Like, come on, Rock, fight back." And Rocky's just, eh. It isn't until they go running down the beach and then Rocky like just stops running and starts walking. And Adrian walks up to him and like, "What's wrong with you?" And like kicks his ass around and just tells him like, "What do you got? What's wrong?" "I'm afraid. I'm going to lose everything." Like, and then she's just like, "You're not going to lose me. You're not going to lose the family. You're going to go win." And then what happens? You cue the dan 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 dan, dan, and Rocky like starts beating Apollo running, which is impossible because Carl Weathers was definitely going to outrun old Sylvester Stallone any day of the week. And then like the montage starts up. Bina, I'm not going to lie at all. You are 100% correct. Man of Steel is actually a good chick flick. Not only does every girl, as soon as Henry Cavill saves everybody on that oil rig and then takes his shirt off, every woman in that theater went, "Ooh." But then at the very end of the movie, when he breaks Zod's neck and turns around and cries into Lois Lane's lap, like, yeah, it's a chick flick. I like I like Bloodsport too. Yeah, Bloodsport was great. Um, it's a shame because they did that. So it's messed up because Bloodsport is supposed to be the story of Frank Dukes, and Frank Dukes turned out to be a total fraud. But like, honestly, what cracks me up is if you watch Bloodsport and then you've ever played the game Street Fighter 2, it's all the characters from Bloodsport are basically in Street Fighter 2. Yeah, Dirty Dancing was definitely a chick flick. Nobody puts baby in the corner. American Ninja. My God, can you believe they made three of those? Well, I mean, I listed off two of my top chick flicks. Bina, you weren't in the conversation yet, but I said The Notebook and A Walk to Remember. Notebook makes me cry every time. Same thing like Walk to Remember. I get hit right in the feels at the very end when the Mandy Moore song comes on because you know she died shortly afterwards. It's goddamn Nicholas Sparks. It's all his fault. But the Notebook, the the part where she remembers him is like, "Oh, cool, this is their story," and she remembers everything for that second. The part that makes me cry and breaks my heart is when she immediately forgets him again. And the look of horror on James Gardner's face is just, oh my God. He acted that part. It was heart wrenching. Like the horror of my wife doesn't know who I am. I'm a complete stranger, even though I totally love her. Yeah. But no, we all know Bina's favorite movie of all time is The Goonies, probably followed by Man of Steel. Jesus Christ. Somebody said Scarface. Scarface is a fantastic movie. Funny enough, if you ever play the game Grand Theft Auto 3 back in PlayStation 2 days, it was Scarface. That's what that game was. Like a lot of the missions are structured after Scarface. The one radio station you listen to is the entire soundtrack from Scarface. Scarface is like one of those classic movies. Give her another Quaalude. She'd love you in the morning. Um, so what other movies, guys? Give me some of your other favorites. Let's see. What genre? All right. How about sci-fi? That should be an easy one. Womb is polluted. Oh my god, I forgot about that. How we looking? We dry yet? Oh, that blowout I had sucks. I might actually have to hit him with another coat of orange. I can still see that one spot where he fell. Damn it. Yeah, the original Alien was great. The very first Matrix was phenomenal. It all went downhill after that. Um, Matrix 2 was one of the greatest car chases that I fell asleep in the movie theater watching it. Just went on. Yeah, Alien. They're two different movies though. Like the first Alien, and it's hard to remember this. When the first Alien came out, it was terrifying as hell because you didn't know what that thing was. Aliens was amazing because it was you already knew what the creature was, and there's this mass army of them, and everybody's going in there, and it was an action movie. Mister, your list, Sphere. I can't believe you got that on there. Passengers. Predator was amazing when that came out too. I remember watching that in a movie theater. Event Horizon was fantastic as well. But Sphere, wasn't that the Samuel L. Jackson was in that one too? It's the movie I'm thinking of. Bina, all M Night Shyamalan movies, including The Village. Really, really. My problem with M Night Shyamalan. Well, same thing with The Last Airbender. He made that piece of crap too. Wow. So, at one point in time, I would write short stories and what have you. And I'm lazy, so I never finished them. But I always included a twist in everything I did because one of my favorite shows when I was a kid was The Twilight Zone. Like, I grew up on Twilight Zone, Outer Limits here and there. Outer Limits was a lot more sci-fi, but The Twilight Zone was like that was my bread and butter when I was younger. That and the original Star Trek. Yeah, Liv Shriver or Leave Shriver. Sharon Stone, yeah, Spear. Okay, I remember that. I definitely liked, and I can't remember. I think it's called The Visit, the M Night Shyamalan movie, The Visit. See, I think the whole problem with M Night Shyamalan is he has to do low budget films, and he'll do better. If he does, like, if he gets too big of a budget, it comes out like crap. But if you keep him on a low budget, it's much better. So, like, The Visit was very good, in my opinion, where you had these two kids who had never met their grandparents get sent to go visit their grandparents. And, like, the grandparents are weird as all hell. Contact with Jodie Foster would have been much better if the aliens didn't turn out to be like, oh, well, we're going to put on the skin of your dad. All right. I think I should be dry enough where I can work with this damn thing. So the whole thing is they sell paint palettes in the store. I use a piece of cardboard. Let me see. We're going to go for a thick coat off the rip. Yeah, I think that brush should work. Let's see. I need a crazy yellow. Let's see what we got. We got sunny yellow. I want to go a little darker than that, though, I think, to start. Yellow lemon. I guess I should transition it first. We'll go with a darker, let's see, is that goldenrod? Oh, look. I think it's Kamala Harris's favorite yellow. It's school bus yellow. Worst movies of all time. That's a good topic. You think Castaway was a bad movie? I didn't think that one was terrible. The ending wasn't bad. I mean, you would kind of go out of your skull being on an island that long. Old Yeller, because they shoot the dog at the end. How can you say Jeepers Creepers was a bad movie? That was a fun movie. Especially when you find out his license plate doesn't read B-teen U, it's B-E-teen U. I'm trying to remember. There was one I just watched recently that I was like, oh my God, that is the worst movie of all. Matter of fact, I texted like four different people, do not watch this movie. Dude, A Knight's Tale is frigging amazing with Heath Ledger. You've lost your mind, bro. Just the line from that movie of you have been weighed, you've been measured, and you've been found wanting. What a fantastic line. I'm sitting here going through my text messages because I know I just watched one and I try to burn it out of my skull after watching it. Oh, that's what it was. One of my favorite older movies, cult classic movies, is a movie with Brandon Lee called The Crow. They just remade it. It was one of the worst movies I have ever seen. They actually play that. I don't know if you saw the movie or not, Danny Boss. They actually do play that song in Jeepers Creepers. National Treasure. The Prince of Persia. I'm actually shocked on that one, Bina. Man in the Iron Mask is just a classic tale in general. The Dark Knight is my one of my favorite live action depictions of the Joker. The best Joker of all time is Mark Hamill, unfortunately, in the animated series, but live action, it's Heath Ledger, hands down. Hands down. Like, there's no comparison. The third Indiana Jones. Funny enough, my wife, that's her nickname for me and my father. She calls us the Jones Boys because she's like, my dad is, he got his master's degree in genetics and in biology, more specifically. But he got it by studying the genetics of the mosquito. And I've always been, I've been more like an ND. My dad's more like a Henry Jones Sr. Yes, Bruce Lee's son, Brandon Lee, died on the set of that movie. As a matter of fact, the movie is dedicated to the memory of him and his wife. His wife's name, I want to say, is Eliza. And unfortunately, there was supposed to be blanks in the gun, and somebody had loaded a squib. He's one of the reasons why you're not supposed to. His death was so tragic. That's one of the reasons why Hollywood is not supposed to have live ammunition on set for the close ups of the bullets in the gun. I should have mailed it to the Marx Brothers. Um, Best Disney movie of all time. My one of my favorite movies from Disney when I was a kid. 110% is Song of the South. Now, I'm not supposed to say that or even supposed to know what that is, I guess, because they've erased it from history. But I always loved the tales. And living where I do in South Carolina, there is actually a Gullah community. And a lot of the tales in the movie are actually Americana folklore from the Gullahs. Tales of Brer Rabbit and Brer Fox and everybody. But there's a lot of racist undertones, unfortunately, in the movie. Um, so they'll never re-release that movie ever. Like it's done. So the only way I think you can even get a copy is in Korea. They put it out on Laserdisc, and some people copied it to VHS. But my all-time favorite Disney movie when I was a kid was Tron. And animated. Um, Jesus. Now I got to think back. Probably Cinderella. Or no, it would be Sleeping Beauty. What what the hell it is? Whichever one had Maleficent, where she turned into the dragon at the end of the movie. Oh, damn, that shit's still wet. What is going on? Oh, you are definitely getting repainted, my friend. You are way too wet. I'm bumping all kinds of paint off this bad boy. 2 days later when it dries. Have to get in there with a lighter brush later. Have to layer it the hell out too. see what we got. Afro Samurai. Anastasia, Treasure Planet, Titan A. Uh, Unfortunately, a lot of mine were all. It's such a shame to say it, but they were all like films that had come over from Japan. So precursor anime, I like to call it, before it really took some roots. So everybody always says Akira. I was never a big Akira fan. I always like Fist of the North Star, Vampire Hunter D, Ninja Scroll, stuff like this. Get our first coat on there, kind of. Yeah. Let it dry off a little bit. I didn't realize the ass end of this bird still had paint. You can see it all over my hand. Like, look at that. Howl's Moving Castle, I didn't see when I was younger. That's actually, I think my son, it's one of his favorites. He likes that whole Studio Ghibli or whatever it's called. He likes those. Oh, Treasure Planet was your Disney pick? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Non Disney, as far as animated goes, I have to say Shrek. When I ran a Blockbuster, I must have watched that movie like 5,000 times. Because you were only allowed to play PG rated movies while during the day. So when Shrek came out, it pretty much went on a loop because we could all tolerate it. But it got to a point where I can't watch it anymore because I've seen it too many damn times. Kind of like when you have kids and they put on like that one video that they love over and over and over again. Kind of like if you were at Bina's house, all she watches really is the Goonies on a loop. Dude, you know what? I can actually do you one better. I don't have a picture of myself. Well, actually, I do. Hold on one second. I'll go and grab it. I'll be right back. You guys entertain yourselves for a minute. Paint's got to dry anyway. I'll be right back. All right, here's one to laugh on. There you go. Ready for this one? I was on the cover of the local newspaper for opening up the one Blockbuster store. Look at the year. March 13th, 2002. And I still have funny enough. That's my manager's badge. And then my store manager's badge. But it was crazy at that point in time because employees were allowed to take out videos or what have you or take them home. And you were allowed 7 of the regular ones a week and then 3 of the new releases. I watched everything, no matter how good, how bad it was, just so I could tell customers I like this, I didn't like this, and this is why. I don't have any of the old cassette boxes. To be honest with you, 2002, they started phasing out more of the videotapes. So it screwed up how Blockbuster worked, right? And how the companies actually sell the videos to a Blockbuster video in particular. I worked at like a mom and pop owned franchisee of Blockbuster. And the way it worked is this: videotapes for the first 2 or 3 of them, you paid $100 to $150 each for that videotape. Then every 10 after that first one ordered cost you, I think it was like $5 or $10 each, depending on the movie, how big it was. So when DVD came out, it was flat out just $10, $15, $20 a DVD. So Blockbuster as a whole started switching over to DVD fast as hell because it cost them a lot less. And every time you rent it, you do what's known as a turn on the rental. So you may have paid $100 for that videotape. You're renting it out for $5. So you've got to turn that one videotape. It has to leave the store, be watched by somebody, come back, and be rented again 20 times before you even break even on it. But there's a reason why Blockbuster went out of video. And it was funny because when I quit, I even told the owner, I said, you guys, this business model is not working anymore. I'm watching the profit and loss, and this store is going to go under within the next year or two, especially if Netflix really gets this streaming model they're working on under control and makes it viable. And he told me I was an idiot and he owned 16 stores and there's no way they were ever going out of business. And I went over to this other place and became a store manager for them. And it was called GameStop. And kind of the same thing happened with GameStop. Told them, like, yeah, you're not going to be viable anymore. This is where the future is. And you guys are you're trying to get your foot in there, but it's impossible. Why would I come to a store and buy stuff that's overpriced when I can just watch it or download it from the comfort of my own home? You guys are still talking. Prince Jr., my God. He made a good Fred on Scooby Doo, though. He was actually surprising. Start working in his little feathers till this top paint really dries. Otherwise, I'm just going to be pushing paint around. Yeah, I don't know where that one Blockbuster store is either. I thought it closed down though. I thought they actually said the last Blockbuster store closed down. That's got to be an interesting job to have, to be the last Blockbuster store. Still too wet on the low body. Should probably fire up my little mini heater. Otherwise, I'm going to keep getting orange mixed in with my yellow. That doesn't work. Although I can use the orange mix in the brakes and the feathering. I'm surprised. Like, so what was like the video chain? Was it Blockbuster over in the UK too, Danny? Freddy Krueger movies, what do y'all think? They should have stopped after a certain point because he became a cartoon, basically. Like, there was a point in time where Freddy was actually terrifying. And then they turned him into the back then version of a meme. Wow, Bend, Oregon, the only Blockbuster in existence. Well, if I ever need a job, I can walk in there and be like, I know your job, sir. The worst thing is, Danny, have you ever seen A Nightmare on Elm Street 2? That movie is actually an allegory for a gay guy coming out of the closet, if you weren't aware. Yeah, that's just it. I never realized it when I was a kid either. But then watching it as an adult, knowing that, you're like, oh, yeah, how about that? I might not even use the airbrush for Pikachu. It's the same yellow on both of these. I'm just going to go to a higher end with it. So while I let that dry, I guess I can actually start Pikachu's ass. Figure I got the paint, might as well. Well, just it didn't have to be a gay themed. It just was. So here's one for you. Pikachu, right? I swear to God, I remember Pikachu's tail had like a brown stripe that ran through it, almost like a zigzag with the tail. And I've looked it up, and apparently that's a Mandela effect. Pikachu never had brown in his tail, it was always yellow. I don't know how true or false that is. It's got to be true, but I swear I remember it. It's the same way. Like, my wife said this to me the other day, and she wasn't wrong. One of the best Mandela effects that I will go to my grave swearing, this is reality. was in Moonraker, Dolly with Jaws at the end of the movie. Jaws smiles at her and he's got those silver teeth. And Dolly smiles back and she's wearing braces. If you go back and watch the movie, she never had braces. But I swear to God, Dolly in that movie had braces. That was the whole point to the scene. That's why Jaws liked her, was because she had the braces. And my wife remembers it that she did have braces too, because my wife had braces when she was a kid. So it stuck out to her. I always thought it was. I ran a Blockbuster, and I swear it was Sex in the City, not Sex and the City. That's another one of those Mandela effects. But, looking back on it, I probably forgot. Okay. So the cornucopia, I remember that as well on Fruit of the Loom. And I absolutely remember the monocle on the Monopoly Man to a point that there was actually a chance card where he's like running and the monocle is flying off behind him. No, no, no. It didn't happen in a different film, mister. That's the whole thing. It's that one specific film because Jaws is in multiple Roger Moore films, but Dolly is only in the one film, and it's Moonraker. Because like that could have been the case, but it's not. Yeah, who knows, Sheree? I mean, there's so many of us that remember little things like that. I always knew with Star Wars, everybody was like, "Oh, it's not I am your father, Luke." No, it was always Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father. He told me enough. He told me you betrayed and murdered him. No, I am him. He never said I am your father. I've watched Star Wars nerdy enough so many damn times that I can tell you now, not only is did Han Solo shoot first, Han Solo was the only one to shoot in the original movie. Anything beyond that, you see Han Solo almost get shot or any of that stuff, or they shoot at the same time. That's all like special editions. The original movie, Han Solo shot, was the only one to shoot. And the reason why they even did it that way was because he had the drop on Greedo and Greedo didn't know it. The internet has confirmed there was a cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom. Yeah, well, it was in the commercials. I remember the dancing fruit on the commercials. Like guys dressed up in fruit suits dancing around. 110%. I know I'm not nuts. That's one of those all of us know we're not nuts when, people that grew up in that era remember it. But, at the same point in time, I was never really into geopolitics like that. So if you told me Nelson Mandela died in jail, I would have believed you. But I didn't know it as a fact. See, I remember it as FROOT loops, not FRUIT loops. And the reason why I remember this, and I literally was talking to my wife about this, I remember it being the double O's because there's four different colors on the Fruit Loop itself, like the actual cereal, and they use them in each of the words. So I don't know which one is correct, if it's double O's or the UIT or UI, but I remember it always being the double O's, and that's why, because they use the. But I'll also tell you this much. I also remember it being the Berenstein Bears, not the Berenstain Bears. Um, and always they like I saw it spelled both ways, but I always remember it as EIN. Yeah, okay. So fruit is now, but I always remember it being fruit because, like I said, they used the four actual pieces of the cereal for the box with Toucan Sam. So I don't remember that Mandela effect if it was fruit. I think Pikachu would have looked better with airbrush, to be honest with you. I'm sitting there hand painting him just to waste time. Maybe I'll hit him again with the airbrush after. He's coming through patchy as hell. But this goes back to what I was saying. That airbrush definitely puts on a more even coat all around and looks nicer, in my opinion. Get like a nice little candy shell on your whatever you're painting. Pringles guy never. Yeah, I don't think it's a mustache. I think it's a bow tie you're thinking of with the Pringles guy. He always had a mustache, but I think it was a bow tie. Someday I'll figure out how to use my browser while streaming too. We can look up different examples and stuff like that. I think I finally got it where I can play music in the background if I needed to. Yes, there is a Flintstone one, and I'm not sure what it is offhand, but yeah, there absolutely is. It's just Flintstone, no S on the end of it though, because that's, and I think they changed it to ES or something like that. I can't remember. Pringles guy with the mustache or no? Yeah, see, Sheree's the same mindset I am. It's Berenstain. Berenstein, not Stain. I 110% remember. But maybe that's just it. Like, here you go. Here's one for you. There was a movie called Kazam with um, Sinbad and Sinbad the comedian back in the day. And everybody says that, that was an actual movie, and it wasn't. But for some reason, I remember it being a movie. And I worked at a Blockbuster. And for some reason, I remember it. There's other people that have worked in video stores that say the same thing. I remember that movie when it came out. And the Mandela effect is, no, you're talking about Shazam with Shaquille O'Neal, something like this. Even Sinbad has come out and said, yeah, I was never a genie in the movie. But I swear to God, I remember it. Yeah, that's just it, mister. Kazam. I can't remember. It might have been Shazam, like, the superhero. I can't remember what it is. You'd have to actually like look at like freaky internet and see what the hell the actual Mandela effect is. But there was a movie with Shaq, but there was also one with the comedian Sinbad. Because for those that are younger, Sinbad came to fame. Never forget it because I watched them. Ed McMahon, who used to co host The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, used to have a show called Star Search. And different people, like say it was a singer, the singer would face off with another singer. The audience would rate them at a star rating up to I think like 5 stars. So whoever like got the most amount of stars or tied out would go to the next round. And Sinbad actually won on Star Search. He was like one of the favorites. And I want to say he lost it a certain point, but it was too late. He already got ingrained in like pop culture back then. Yes, that is the movie that got Shaq the basketball job, Danny Boss. It had nothing to do with him like stomping mud holes on people in people on the court or anything. That's another. Kazam was with Shaq. Yes, it was. Yeah, I'm not saying the name of the movie right. I don't know what the name of the movie was that was supposedly had Sinbad in it, but it was something like that. But I do remember Sinbad being a genie in the movie, and he swore he never was. I think somebody went down that rabbit hole and found that they did an old Sinbad the Sailor, like God, what was it? Sinbad and the Seven Seas and stuff like that. They did like a marathon on like TNT or something, and Sinbad the comedian hosted it. And they say that's where the confusion comes in, but I'm not entirely sure. God, hand painting comes out terrible when I do it, especially yellow on black. My God, poor Pikachu. You look like a mud puppy. Look like a puppy who's been playing in the mud. You guys say no. Yeah, that's right. He was on a different world. Wasn't he like one of the teachers or something for a while? Different World gave us was supposed to be the launching pad for Lisa Bonet's career, but she ended up getting knocked up. So it actually became more of a launching pad for what's that girl's name? Marissa Tomei. Poor Bill Cosby. I used to love Bill Cosby. I loved all his comedy. Now that's like even taboo to say. He was hysterical. Although he did kind of piss me off when he went back and got rid of Fat Albert in the gang because he said, "Oh, puts black culture in a bad light." And I'm like, bro, it's a product of its time and a bygone era. Like I never saw it as racist. If anything, I always thought it was like just political commentary on what he was really seeing in his life and memories from when he was a kid. Tell you this much though, his little secret sauce trick that he was doing on women, that's why I don't hang out with Mister. I've heard about him. He doesn't use it on women, he only uses it on guys. So remember that, Danny Boss. If you ever go to visit Mister and he offers you a Coke and a smile, Don't take it. It was in a movie called Dropout. I don't ever remember seeing a movie called Dropout. No Coke for me, only Pepsi. Next thing I know, Danny, you're going to be yelling, cheeseburger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger. You probably will not even have a clue what I'm talking about with that joke. You're going to think I'm completely nuts. But it's an old SNL skit. Pepsi is greater than Coke, huh? I see, I don't know. Pepsi, in my opinion, is just too sweet. Coke has a little bit better of a bite. Dr. Dr. Pepper is made with prune juice, apparently. I don't know how true that is. That might be one that Mr. will fact check me on. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember that that's the flavoring in Dr. Pepper is actually prune juice. Could be fake news, might be real. I'm just saying I had always heard that that was the active ingredient in it. Oh, the Dropout movie was a joke, by the way. You're making jokes now, Bina. Stick to straight, because we can't tell when you're joking with your accent. You always sound so serious. All right, here's one for you guys. Have any of you guys ever had Crystal Pepsi? And with the exception of, I think, Danny Boss, everybody was of age back in the day. Did anybody ever drink a Zima? It's funny, I'm just sitting here painting away. You guys are just BSing. This is perfect. Exactly what the stream should be. Not all wound up about bullshit in the world, just good people having good conversation. Oh, and Boone's Farm. That's like, God, what the hell were the name of the wine coolers? I know Boone's was an alcoholic drink, but there was, and I'm not gonna, I don't, was it Seagram's wine coolers? Wine coolers were amazing. You didn't feel like drinking beer and wanted something sweet. And tequila. How about Mad Dog? Anybody ever drink Mad Dog? So Zima was a malt beverage, Danny Boss. It honestly was alcoholic Sprite is what it tasted like. It was like drinking a Sprite that really got you hammered. Unfortunately, that's why we all stopped drinking it. Because it went down like Sprite and it came up not long after. Am I supposed to yell out about like hitting the like button and crap like this? How many likes do I even have? Anybody tell me like two, three? I mean, I know the show's not that good, but I don't even know what hitting the like button does for me. What's it going to do? Boost me in the algorithm? Get somebody in here who's going to get their feels hurt and game over? Oh, by the way, the one guy that was in here the other day, Leonard Nimoy, he told me that the rake when I was because I said, oh yeah, cryptids, and I started listing them off. He said the rake is not a cryptid, it's a creepy pasta. He was 100% right, 110% correct. It is that tall Sam, the Slender Man. They're creepy pasta. They're not cryptid. Which honestly kind of breaks my heart a little because I'd like to think the rake might be a real thing. Seems like it could be a real thing, creepy as it is. I bet you prefer hose. Might want to rethink that wording, bud. Maybe I should tell you guys a funny story. A funny story about a man that me and a few of my friends played with online for a while there. A story of heartbreak, one that ended in tragedy after we all warned him it was going to end in tragedy. It's the story of a man named Vane. And old Vane was a good old boy, married with two kids. And my one buddy Rogue, he uh, he befriended this guy, and Vane was an alright dude. Supposedly ex-military. I don't know if I believe that entirely, but hey, and I can't prove it, disprove it. But good old Vane, he was a nice guy, and he hung out with us, and he played games and everything else. He was in the party a lot, and anywhere that Paul went, well, Rogue's real name is Paul. I'll try and not call him Paul, but call him Rogue because he gets upset about it. Everywhere that Rogue went, Vane would show the hell up to a point where we all started teasing him and saying that Rogue was, well, homosexual, that he was gay. Rogue didn't understand why we were always teasing him. Always teasing him, always teasing him. We're like, dude, Vane's got an unnatural attachment to you. And true story. Vane and his wife had I guess we'll call it an open relationship. And Vane and his wife, I don't know if they parted amicably or what, but yeah, Vane ended up with this other girl. And he was always talking about this other girl. And then Rogue let it slip because Rogue stopped talking to him, and we couldn't figure out why. And it turned out that his new girlfriend, Danielle, was originally named Danny, as in Daniel. And Vane kept this fact from all of us, but we all knew it because he didn't think that Rogue would violate his trust and couldn't understand why Rogue wouldn't interact with him anymore. So this girl, Danny, well, girl, dude, however you want to call it. Yeah, I'm not going to hammer anybody with a point of view on, your feelings on those sorts of situations. But Rogue all of a sudden understood why we all said that, hey, maybe you're gay. And Rogue isn't. Rogue tells us about it. Well, then Vane one day jumps in the party. Here, Danny broke up with him. She stole both of his dogs, stole both of his dogs, took his bank account, everything else, and he's laying it out to us. We all know that it's a dude who transitioned into a chick. He's not telling us that. He's just, it's a girl to him. My buddy Twisted out of nowhere hits him with this. Did you hit the back wall when you were having sex? Bane goes, well, no, I didn't. Why? Twisted turns around and says, well, I guess his dick was bigger than yours then, because when they turned it out inside out, you wouldn't have hit the back wall. We're all dying laughing, making fun of him. But anyway, he's cursing old Danny's name. We all give him our advice and we all tell him our piece on it, that, be done, look, just walk away or what have you. Yeah, I'm done. The next time he hops into this Xbox Live party, he starts putting it out there that, oh, well, I'm with this new girl and everything else, 100% female, by the way. And she's handling my cell phone and my text messages right now because the ex being Danny is texting me. Okay, cool, good money. That was it. We didn't hear from Vane again. Here, Rogue told him, do not contact me. We are no longer friends, everything else, because Rogue kind of started talking to him again once him and the once Vane and Danny had broken up. Rogue jumps into the party and tells us all, yeah, I'm never talking to him again. Why? Well, apparently Vane not only started texting Danny back, but ended up marrying Danny. And I'm like, you got to be shitting me. This is not real life, right? Like, he really did. After she stole his dogs, all this other shit, we sat there and listened to his sob story for like all this time, and didn't break his balls too hard on it. So yeah, he bought a house, all this other stuff with Danny, and yeah, Danny divorced him a couple months later, got it annulled, and took everything. So none of us will talk to the dude Vane anymore. He lost all his friends. Wait a minute. But yeah, the moral of the story is, if somebody's name is Danny, be wary of them. Gam, thanks for letting us talk conspiracy theory stuff. Not allowed on Discord. What do you mean it's not allowed on Discord? Bartles and James, by the way, Mister. That was the one company. Yeah, I wasn't even looking at my chat. I'm just sitting there jaw jacking. Well, and painting. No, no, Danny Boss. You cannot chat about anything on Discord. Some of that stuff is monitored. I know that because they got in trouble for that because people were talking inappropriately about children. And I think they got called out for it, if I remember correctly. Um, yeah, that is a good question, mister. You know, like which one was which? Not just that, but I mean, there's a lot of speculation I could get into on there, but not without making myself puke a little bit, if I'm being quite honest, as to certain things in that relationship. Discords expire? I never heard that before, Shirai. I thought as long as they were in somewhat active use, they didn't expire. Because I have one that I made a long time ago that is still active. All right. So I guess let's get deep into it. How long's the stream been going anyway? Oh God, it's been going for like 3 hours, hasn't it? Or no, 2.5 hours. All right, good. We should be good money on this. Give me your favorite conspiracy theories. Go ahead. Doesn't have to be a true conspiracy. Just, what was the best one? Stuff you can prove, disprove, or what have you. Like, even if you want to, like, say what your conspiracy theory is, and then immediately, like, yeah, but it's not true because. What are your favorite conspiracy theories? Yes, the link does expire. I think my favorite conspiracy theory is the JFK assassination with the shooter in the grassy knoll. I don't know if there was a shooter in the grassy knoll, maybe in the water tower, because that would have been a better vantage point. But I think that was always one of my favorite conspiracy theories. My puppy's in here giving me loves. Good puppy. If you don't have to go out, dog. It's not right now. What? Jesus is your one of your favorite conspiracy theories? How's Jesus a conspiracy theory? I get the moon landing being faked. I get flat Earth, but Jesus being a conspiracy theory? Oh no, Mister, we need to get her started because I got to hear some of this because we got to see where we can debunk and where we can go from there. That's the best part about conspiracy theories. I mean, nowadays conspiracy theories are all over the damn place. Like there's two Bidens, shit like this. But yeah, I had not heard of Jesus conspiracy theory. Well, that's good, Mister. Good content. You're putting out to a broader audience. Maybe you'll open somebody's eyes to a conspiracy they'd never heard of. Because I don't remember a Jesus conspiracy theory, but the Bible and all that. I mean, a better conspiracy theory would be that the whole story of the Anunnaki. Because I mean, it's a cool story and everything else, and so it's got enough scientific fact in it to make you think it could be real. But then you also realize that when it comes from an unreliable narrator and they've twisted the facts to fit, doesn't really hold up. Yeah, and that's the whole point is you're not saying this is a fact and all this kind of crap. You're saying they're just a theory. Anybody can have a theory about anything. There's no harm in it. I mean, now if you think like, well, the CIA is like, implanting chips in everybody in a vaccine, that's a dangerous conspiracy theory. Like, no, no, that's not the way that works. Is it plausible? Yes. Is it actually happening? No. What was in the Bible, Bina? Poor Danny Buss gonna get all upset. Yeah, moon landing being faked, I think, has been debunked. And the way you can debunk the moon landing thing very easily is because you can take a telescope nowadays and actually see the flag on the moon. Yeah, well, that's just it being it. You should research beyond what you're told. You should go beyond what somebody's telling you. But all right, so there's a guy, his name is Billy Carson, and he was on Joe Rogan not long ago. And he like he has like this whole thing broken down of the Anunnaki, different stuff out of the Bible, the whole 9 yards. But it's really he's hardcore on the Anunnaki and the whole theory of the Anunnaki that all humans, we were created by this alien race and all this. And he references his stuff. And he's not an idiot. He's a Harvard graduate and everything. Like very smart man. The only problem is I've watched other interviews with him and he screwed up. He starts citing stuff like he's like, oh, and then everybody learned megalithic building because there was a guy that went around named Thoth the Atlantean. If you look up who Thoth the Atlantean is, it quickly debunks a whole chunk of his story. And because it's such a solid base fact in his story, unfortunately, it takes down a good chunk of his story. Hey, what's up, alien? Thanks for dropping in, bud. I do appreciate it. We don't trust the government, but I'm sure they wouldn't lie about. No, our government's always lying to us. I don't trust our government either, but there's just certain things that I mean, I hate to say it, are just fact. You can't go back in time and say this is the way it was, this isn't the way it was because we weren't there for it. The good guy, the victors always write the history books. But there is certain stuff that when somebody's telling a pretty good yarn and a pretty good story, that you really have to scrutinize it and find out if they're bullshitting you. And unfortunately, with a lot of the people, like Zachariah Stitchin was another one that was like that. It wasn't that his research was crap or whatever, but he mistranslated stuff. So then once you find one question in the story, it questions the rest of the story. It brings everything else into question. Like, well, wait a minute. If you didn't translate this, correctly, and you just said this to fit your narrative, then what else didn't you do? And unless you're going to spend a good chunk of your life like that guy did, you're never going to know. Like, unless you're going to research everything he researched for yourself, you're never going to know. How do I know it's a fact? Same way I know water's wet. I'm going to say by the preponderance of evidence. Atlantis is in your head. Atlantis, I think, was just a trading port. I don't think it was a giant futuristic city. I would like to believe it was, and it was like all this advanced technology and everything. You know, like, oh, they were all using smartphones and shit like this and had flying cars. I mean, if anything, Hindu text it has stuff in there that sounds more technologically advanced than what we would call flying saucers and stuff like that than the story of Atlantis does. Because you got to remember the best records we have of Atlantis, in particular, are the writings of Plato. A great tragedy to befell them, and everything else. Well, you have the Eye of Africa. If you ever look that up and go down that rabbit hole, and the Eye of Africa, I think, is a pretty good rendition of exactly what Plato described as far as this and the rings around it and everything else. But at best, it would have been a trading post. It wouldn't have been this huge, ginormous city. And if you look at the water flow, like the way the land looks over Africa, especially in that particular part, it looks like when the during the Younger Dryad, when the or Dryas period, when the land did flood, it would have washed away that trading post. There's a guy named what's his an alien will correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure because he's probably researched the hell out of this. But I think the guy's name's Jimmy Corsetti, and I think he puts up the best argument for Atlantis and where it's located. And I think he's pretty spot on in his research and everything. He's actually gone there and looked at it up close and personal and everything else. Who didn't have indoor plumbing? The other thing is I struggle with how they built the pyramids and what they were actually for. I don't think it was done with, oh, well, they used logs and they rolled these stones like so many damn miles. Okay. I don't think so. I do think maybe we did lose a piece of technology along the way, and it could have been something as simple as using sound waves to lift blocks. For people in the Appalachia that grew up in our lifetimes that didn't have indoor plumbing. But I'll tell you what, if you're going to sit there and tell me that somebody went through a block of solid granite using nothing more than bronze tools that they had at the time, I, I got some land I want to sell you out in the middle of the ocean because there's no way. No way. And if you could do that, then recreate it right now and show me, or even on a small scale. Do it on a very small scale. You don't have to like go and cut a ginormous block, let alone moving them. You had some kind of technology that got lost, just like Greek fire. They figured out that Greek fire, the reason why they can't figure out the secret to it is because whatever element they were using in the Greek fire no longer exists. Graham Hancock, I like, but you realize he's not a scientist either. He just likes to bring up questions and make you think, like, is this possible? Like fingerprints of the gods, stuff like that. It's cool, and hey, maybe he's got a point or whatever, and it's worth investigating. But and I'm pretty sure the most scientific minded out of all of us in this chat and on this stream is probably Mister. And Mister will tell you, like, if you can't recreate it, a lot of times it either didn't happen or it might have happened in a slightly different way. But that's the whole thing is you need something that you can recreate and prove. Oh shit. Yeah, thank you, Alien. They're for my daughter for Christmas or whatever. They look terrible right now. They're gonna need like 6, 7 layers of paint. But I'm working on them while BSing. I'm more BSing than I am working on them, I think. But like I said at the very beginning of the stream, laziness is my superpower. So if I keep waiting on these things and waiting on these things, I think her birthday's in like October. Yeah, her birthday is in October. If I don't have this shit ready for her by then, I'm gonna look like a jerk. I think I've been better with my F bombs this stream too. I don't think I've been, effing this and effing that and effing the other thing as much. Maybe not gone on as many tangents or rants or whatever. Reminds me of Santa's workshop. Well, I mean, everybody wants to, you know, talk about shit that ruins everything nowadays. Let's see. I always love it. Shrey always throws up that target. Shrey, you are like the shining light. Before you were a mod, you were a shining light in that chat too. You were just so friendly and so happy and so nice to everybody. Really, you took over. You do a great job taking over for Beans. Now Beans retired. I was gonna make Beans a mod in this, but I don't want to punish her. Not like this chat is ever really moderated. Like I wouldn't. I think even if somebody came in here spouting all kinds of stupidness, I'd just let them go because I'm kind of all about free speech myself. I think everybody should be able to speak however they speak or whatever, except for like douchebags. And then I get to troll the troll. That's all. Starting to come together a little, I would think. That little dark spot in there, that's got to get changed back to orange. I have to go in there with the fine brush. Right now, I'm just doing the sloppy brush. Just trying to get as much of a layer on there as possible. Saddest part is I could probably go buy this damn thing for $10 in the store, but it wouldn't have the same feeling to it. Knowing you did it with your own hands and you make something yourself, it's kind of rewarding. To be honest with you, it's the flaws that kind of make it original and make it yours. I was always too much of a nitpicker when I was younger. Nothing was ever goddamn good enough. Oh damn! Everybody went quiet in the chat. Did I say something naughty? Bina is an MVP. She's an MVP, not an umpire. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I know Bina. I wouldn't do that to you. I want you to be able to like enjoy and relax and downtime. I don't want anybody to have to do that moderating job. I think that's oh god damn it. You little bastard. He likes to fall over a lot. Them damn little feet, I'm gonna have to build a stand for him. Yes. Yes, that would be the cool part. Like all of a sudden one blows the other one's head off, like Hadouken, and just throws a fireball. Start getting them damn little feet. Them little feetsies. Technically, I guess you would call them statuettes. Action figures actually have to have some kind of mobility and action to them. Dolls would be human. So I would call them statuettes of fictional video game creatures. It's a good way to describe them. They're fictional stuff like Bosnia. That's a fictional place. Doesn't actually exist. Yep, just like a kung fu grip on a GI Joe. I mean, don't get it wrong. They are dolls to an extent. Yeah, but Mister, Jesus Christ, that's a different kind of doll, bud. I've seen that. I've seen you in that carpool lane with that doll, and I don't understand why you took a picture of Venus' face, cut it out, and put it on that doll. Throws me for a loop every time I see it. Wait, now that I think about what that doll is used for, completely understand why you put Venus' face on there. Yeah, look at you. That's never a good thing. We've gone over movies. We've gone over. All right. Let's go with a harder question. Out of all the modern crap that's come out, what do you guys think some of the best stuff is? By modern crap, I mean from we'll go Trump era from 2016 to 2024, the past 8 years. What do you think the best stuff to come out is? Movies, video games, like any of it, like pop culture stuff. Movie, technology. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we'll go into technology too. What do you think the best technologies and stuff like that are too? Modern day inventions. We can go into all of it. Red Dead 2. Days Gone I never played. Last of Us I thought it was kind of overrated. I liked the story though, but I did think the game was overrated. Red Dead 2 I thought was a like a masterpiece, but only the single player. The multiplayer, the online was not good. Yes, dude, it's always going to be totally random with me. If I don't come up with random things and keep you on your toes, you will get bored, lose interest, and then, like I got to talk politics or other shit that nobody really wants to talk about, like on a day off when they're relaxing. Unless, politics is what you like and you like to be upset all the time. Has its place, but it is a Sunday. I'll tell you what, if if I saw somebody painting a Pokemon with mustard, I'd be curious too. Like, oh, it's mustard ketchup. Good lord. I mean, I guess that means I got to paint Charmander's tail with ketchup. Oh, I mean, he's not coming out too bad, I don't think. It's coming out a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more happy accidents. Technically, I can dip into orange now and should be dry enough. Like I see a little yellow on them here. Touch it out. Try and keep them at least smooth. That's the one good thing about this. You put it on so many coats or whatever, you learn how to fix mistakes. The only bad part is I'm an old man, and so my eyes don't transition right. My near vision isn't good, and my far vision has never been good. So I have to adjust my glasses constantly, like I got them sliding down my nose. Did you have fun, mister? Have a good night, brother. Thank you for watching. Dude, that's one of those things. Everybody yell at Alien because he's got to teach me how to take calls. But the thing is, I don't know if you can do that shit unless you use some kind of third party software on OBS. I think I have to use StreamYard to actually take phone calls. That would be fun though. I would definitely love to, like, if I could sit here and just have a conversation and BS, that would be fantastic. Because, it's definitely interesting sitting there having a conversation, but having to read the responses. And I feel bad because I make people type responses instead of having it where it's truly kind of interactive. Ah, what's up, Six? How are you, brother? Did you bring your golf shoes? How much do they pay you to screw that bear? Oh, I heard the puppy. My poor puppy. He's got to go out. My puppy's got to go out. That is not good. I do not like letting my wife walk the dog because he is even though he's a Labrador mix, he's also a Pit Bull mix. and he's as he's getting older, he's getting stronger and stronger. He is a good puppy, but when it comes to if there's a stray dog out there, because unfortunately not everybody treats their dog like their family, and some let their dogs wander. And I live kind of out in the woods, so that's all it takes is for him to get a taste for blood, and I'd probably have to put my pup down. Having a pit bull's like having a loaded shotgun, and you have zero trigger discipline. All it takes is that one time, and it's over. The question mark was emphasized. I would love a mastiff, a bull. Jesus, that is a big dog. Yeah, I wasn't my goal to get a pit bull. We were told it was when we got him. We were told it was a Labrador boxer mix, and we got him as a puppy. And the whole thing is, we always adopt black dogs. Black dogs are the least adopted dogs at the pound, and they're the most often put down. Like the pound euthanizes them more than disproportionately. And so we've always gotten black dogs. And unfortunately, my poor pup, when I first got him, I knew right away he was a pit bull. I told my wife, she didn't believe me. We had his genetics run, and sure enough, he's a pit bull, which is fine because it's really in how you raise them and how you love on them and treat them and everything else. They can go bad, but it's a rare thing. But I also would not let her return him to the pound because wherever we got him from, he was being used and groomed to be a bait dog. He still has scars on him that are straight cuts where with bait dogs they cut them to desensitize them to pain. So when they have the actual fighting dog let loose on them, they it's a terrible, terrible thing. I don't even like thinking about it. I think that's people that are cruel to animals like that rank right up there with PDF files, in my opinion. But yeah, he's my buddy, and it turns out he is the sweetest dog you could ever have. But I also remember, and I never forget that he is also like a loaded gun. Like all I'll take is that one time, and the way his teeth and his jaws, his jaw power and everything, he gets a hold of like a little kid, something like that. Like I can't believe people leave their babies in a room with a pit bull. Oh well, it's a fine dog or whatever. Your kid sounds like a goddamn squeaky toy to him. What do you think is going to happen? Like, it's bad. It's rough. But yeah, I did. He's a good boy. He is a very good dog. Very sweet dog. Wait, they're banning. What's a zombie knife? Samurai sword? Is that's about the only thing I would consider a zombie knife. That's all right. Just start identifying as Russian and carry a hammer and sickle around with you. That's all you do, Danny. This little bastard does not like to sit up on his own. Creepy looking little thing. Definitely bumped that yellow while it was wet too. See if I can't get that paint to layer. Just a little tappy tap. There we go. That's better. So it's pretty much like a machete, but the problem with it is won't stop and search people. What's the point in banning them? Yeah, see, like, well, what's the point in banning the gun? If they're not going to stop and search you anyway or stop and frisk you, you might as well just carry a goddamn gun on you at that point, Danny. Oh, oh God. And I don't mean you personally, I mean the empirical you. I mean, the whole reason why Americans are allowed to have guns is to gut check our government, really. So that this way we couldn't be I guess have everything dictated to us or overcome. I don't think it, but I also hate people that read the Second Amendment and say, well, it says a well regulated militia. Okay, so if you get somebody who is a military leader and says everybody get in a group, would that constitute a well regulated militia? Yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't understand because I was always just raised in America, so I can't understand not being able to like speak your piece, for example, or guns or anything. Even if we're censoring ourselves, that's something we're imposing on ourselves. You guys just like accept that as way of life sometimes. I'll never understand it. Knuckle dusters are legal over there. Brass knuckles are not allowed here. I need. No, that's detail. That'd work better. I was born in the wrong country. How do you think you'd feel if you're Chinese? He's starting to look like a chicken. A fiery chicken. Whoa, what the hell's a grape alarm? Like a whistle? I mean, I'm not going to lie at all. You guys just have to start coming up with your own improvised weapons that work well. Like you really do. Help, help, I'm being oppressed. Yeah, you guys also go through I don't know what the hell the equivalent of a president over there is. It a prime minister? A prime minister, I think they call it. Yeah, I've fallen. I can't. Oh my god, I miss those commercials. Life alert! I've fallen and I can't get up. Now you know how Lizzo's boyfriend feels. Pepper spray is illegal, but is hairspray legal? Hairspray and a lighter are legal. All you got to do is get the right aerosolized hairspray. You got your homemade flamethrower. Completely legal. There's always, always a way around things. Oh, you're out, Bina? Thank you for stopping in. I do appreciate it. I know you work hard for the money. You work hard for it, honey. So you better treat yourself right. But thank you for dropping in. Very nice. I'm always appreciative of you guys. Even if you don't hang with me the whole time, you come and go as you please. I do appreciate you even just joining in, having a conversation, adding a little something. Like I said, I think I figured a way around copyright for music. I'm not entirely sure, so who knows? Maybe I'll get a copyright strike first time I try it. But if I play the karaoke rendition with no lyrics playing or whatever, it's technically not the original music, so it's creator made. Maybe that's a trick to get around it. And I'll be God honest with you, I wasn't expecting this crap to take this long to paint. It really wasn't. And this is where my superpower of laziness comes in to bite me sometimes. Oh God, why do you keep falling? You little bastard. Dear Lord. I paint a spot and then let them roll and just roll the paint right off right onto the paper. No big deal. One of the other things is when I'm painting, I'm always painting flat paint because I'm going to hit it with a sealant afterwards, and the sealant is glossy. If you paint it glossy and then seal it glossy, it does not come out too well. Try and correct some of these little mistakes, some of these happy little accidents. Six, you missed all the like, what's some of your favorite movies and stuff? Oh, wow, it got quiet in the chat. I know because I heard a mouse fart in the corner. I didn't even know I had a mouse in the room until then. Ah. So here's a question for you guys. Do you guys like the fact that I have no actual format to the show and it's just free flowing and random? Or would you rather have like a format like this is what we're going to talk about tonight? Yeah, dude. Memento is a fantastic movie. My favorite part was probably at the end where he's like, anybody can be John. And then he gets the tattoo and is like, you're John G or whatever, and kills Joe, what the hell's his last name? I want to say Palantino, but it's not right. Pantaleone. Good old Cypher from the Matrix. Oh, good. I mean, I'll be god honest with you. Well, let's be realistic here. I'm probably too lazy to set up a format anyway. But I actually like the fact that I can kind of just go for that free flow to everything where everybody can just kind of talk and we can change topic to whatever whenever. What's life going to be like in 1,000 years? You have to ask the cockroaches that are going to survive after the nuclear war that's going to happen in 10. I I mean, I'll be honest with you, as humans, I the best, all right, the one thing that I really love in the Matrix was the entire speech that Agent Smith gives Neo about human beings being like a virus. We're not mammals. We're like a virus. We go and we go into our environment. We don't manifest into it. We destroy it. And then to suit our needs. And then we populate it and then we destroy another piece of it and convert that. Yeah, his name was Teddy Six, but I think his actual name was like John G or something like that. Like it turned out that was his real name and he was using the code name Teddy because the guy who killed his wife was John G. Yeah. It's a goddamn shame. I really wish I could sit here and go in the future we're all going to be kumbaya and all that. But I just look at we've got the internet, right? I remember a time before the internet. I remember watching the internet grow. I watched how people were connected and how it was an amazing thing that me and my friends could sit there and dial into each other's landline phones, into each other's modems, and play video games together over an internet. That we could go into these magical chat rooms on AOL and have a whole conversation with strangers from around the world and share knowledge with each other and, like, make jokes and have fun, kind of like what we do now. But all it took was people to become scumbags about it, really, or for them to add more money into it. So, what I mean by that is how many of the videos on YouTube aren't people that are actually coming from a genuine place, that are just putting up shit so that you click on it so they can make a buck off you? I started to change the title of the stream tonight, and I was like, nah, you know what? I'm going to keep it the same. The reason why is because it's not clickbait. It's a happy little accident that I'm even doing the stream to begin with. Too many people, even our news is like that now, man. Where, yeah, you got Fox News is the only conservative outlet, really, but even they stretch credulity at times. Um, but they're like more propaganda wings than actually going and reporting the news. I remember turning on the news when I was a kid, and there was some bias to it, like liberal slant or, conservative slant to it. But it was always like, here's what happened. There was a fire in downtown Philadelphia today, burned down this factory, blah, blah, blah. A man on 3rd Street was shot, blah, 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 blah. Oh, and, 20 dead in this and that and the other thing. And to wrap up the news night, here's a picture of a puppy playing with a ball. Like, that was our news. Now it's like, it's not even news. It's just people giving you their opinion on the news. It's like, what the fuck? Just tell me the facts. Let me figure it out for myself. I'm not an idiot. But that's just it. Then you have this alternate media now, like the internet has created alternate media, going back to the whole point of the media or the internet getting corrupted. Either it's for clicks, outrage, to get eyes on your product, branding. If I ever start talking about, oh, I'm going to start doing branding, then just fucking kick me off the internet at that point. Because that's some fucking bullshit. Like, if somebody's like, oh, I like your symbol and, the wings and all that, I want to get a t shirt made with it. Okay, cool. It might cost this or whatever, but I'm not in it for the money. I'm just not. And that's because I see it as a corruption. Like, I think there are people that put in so much time and everything else, but it shouldn't be a career goal to get famous on the internet. You, you have great information on the internet. You can learn a billion different things. You know, I mean, for God's sakes, let's just throw it back to this. I don't know what the top profession for women was 20 years ago, but the top maybe nursing. I don't know. The top profession for women now to make money fast and easy isn't prostitution. It's to go and have an OnlyFans page. Like, what the fuck? Like, what? This what we did with it? Right. Well, that's just it, Danny. They blame Trump for it, but remember, I want you to go back to the primary and think about this. DeSantis was starting to become more favored than Trump. What did the media run with? Ron DeSantis, in a lot of ways, is worse than Trump. So it's not going to matter. If Trump had gotten, God forbid, that assassin's bullet had hit him in the head and killed him, it would have been the next guy, and that next guy is going to be worse than Trump. This guy is Hitler 10.0. He is the devil incarnate. He is the Antichrist. Because that's where they're headed next, is he's the Antichrist. In the meantime, the other side of that argument is that you're trying to put down these rules to save something that you say exists, but really all it is to preserve your own power. And it really comes down to that. Whoever's got the money and the power, that's who runs everything. I don't have money. I don't have power. I'm just some asshole talking into a microphone on the internet to like 5 or 6 people at a time, painting like little models of fictional creatures from video games that I made through a 3D printing program. Dude, yeah, the Catch Me Outside chick, Catch Me Outside, that chick, she didn't even like she yes, she hit on the internet, but that isn't where she got her big push. She got her big push on Dr. Phil. Like look at the Hawk Tua girl, right? It was funny and all that. It went viral. She's made like millions off that too. Like it's just ridiculous. Like that's where we're at now. You're going to make your money by, saying something funny and having it catch on. Sit there and like, you know what I mean? Maybe somebody will make a t-shirt that says 6, tell me about the golf shoes. And like we'll sell that shirt and all of a sudden you'll become a meme and we'll all worship you at the altar of memery. It's just like I mean, I don't know if I'm going off a little too much on this. It bothers me. It always has bothered me. It's cool. Like when I made my original videos, the cryptid videos and stories about me and my friends when we were kids. I did it and I had told my wife like I started watching the views all the time. I'm like, "Oh, if I get X amount, I'll get monetized and all that." And then the more and more I thought about it, I'm like, "Well, wait a minute. Am I telling people this stuff because I want money from it, or am I telling them this stuff because it's what really happened and it was funny as hell, or it was creepy as hell, or whatever?" And it really made me stop. Like, it's why I stopped making my videos. And then when I was going to start up the live stream thing, I had to think about it before I did it, which is why I was a little hesitant. Like Beans thought she was like, "Oh, you were just nervous," and I'm like, "No, no, Beans, I'm not nervous about it at all. I have no problem going on a microphone or presenting myself in a public setting and telling people to go fuck themselves. Why would I be worried about telling people that on the internet? Same difference." And it was really more about what do I want to do? Is there something that I can do where I'm bringing something of any kind of value where people can kind of relax, have a good time, maybe learn something, or hell, maybe I'm just painting and talking and people are enjoying that. Who knows? Tell people that's why I try to always start off talking about the airbrushing or the painting and making the models or whatever. And anybody who has questions, like Sheree had questions about airbrushing earlier, and I have no problem answering all of them because I learned just by getting the airbrush, trying it out as a hobby, watching a couple YouTube videos, and then now I can tell you, oh yeah, this is how I'm failing, this is how it's succeeding, this is kind of this is kind of that. And I'm on no means an expert at it at all. I have jack and shit for art experience, color theory, anything else. I just kind of get lucky. But it's also practice will make you luckier, if that makes sense. Yeah, see, that's the thing, Six. Part of the shit part is I rant to myself, I rant to my wife, and stuff like that. Um, it's I think as a people, we're better than where we are right now. I mean, and not even just as like Americans. I think just as a civilization, we're better than we should be. Like, but we don't display it. We just don't. Like, here's the thing, and this is, and I'm not even trying to make it political or bring it back to politics or anything else, and say that somebody's ideology is flawed because for all I know, they're wrong. I'm wrong and they're correct. I don't know. But let's just say because there's people that are very passionate about different things. Let's say it's transgenderism, right? I have a daughter, like she's going to transition and all this kind of stuff, and you want to kind of support the kid and all this, and you go really ideological with it, okay? And you ask that person, well, in the perfect world, what would it be for trans people? And they turn around and they tell you that any kid would be able to walk in and just immediately change their gender to the opposite sex. That's their ideology of a perfect world, right? They're entitled to have that opinion. I don't agree with it. I think it's foolish. I think it's nonsense. But they're allowed to have that opinion. Why is it that same person can turn around and tell you you're wrong because you don't see this person the way they see themselves? That's the part I don't understand. Why is it I can respect your point of view, you can't respect mine? Why, like, is it just me, or it's like, why am I the one being tolerant to you and what you think and saying, okay, you do you, man, but when it comes to me, you get judgmental and all this shit. It's one of those things that makes you want to punch somebody, like, or physically strike them. Do I have to say allegedly? Doesn't that get me out of trouble if I say allegedly? But I also think that that person with that thought and that ideology is a lot smaller than they report it as. It's just that ideology. It reminds me of the 90s when everything was extreme. Everything had to be extreme and extreme sports and there comes a point in time where you're delving into the absolutely fucked up when you're going to the extreme. That it's like, oh, that's a step too far. Well, no, it should be allowed because no, it shouldn't. It should not. You like my allegedlys, huh? Like seriously. I mean, I'm very. I guess I really have become very libertarian in my views, where it's to each their own and what have you. As long as you're not hurting kids or animals, I'm good with it. Just live your life. Like it's the same thing with like people that get obsessed about race. I'll never understand. I have friends that the color of their skin is not the color of my pasty white ass. I have brothers that their skin is not the color of my skin. They're my brothers. I'd fight and die for them the same way they would for me. I don't care what color they are. It just really matters, that they're there, that they love me, that they've got my back. I've never understood that aspect where some people get so hung up on it that it has to become their whole entire identity. It's the same thing for sexuality. Like, okay, cool, you're gay, you like dudes, whatever. I'm not judging you, mister. Oh, wait, he ain't here to defend himself. I can't say that. You know? But I don't care. Like, I had friends growing up that were gay. We didn't give a shit. We'd break their balls, but we also broke each other's balls. Who cares? Oh, now I'm a pastor. No, don't put that on me. That's Danny Boss's realm right there. I think I'm doing this backwards. Maybe I should have done white first. For the little whites of his eyes, like I can actually see the marks in the. I don't even know if you guys can. Can you? Can you see that, like where the pupil goes? There's a little cut mark in there. Hold it like right there. You can probably see it. I might have wanted to go white into black. Dear Lord, Danny Boss, that's awful. Man, I'll tell you what. I'm going to say the better part of my friends nowadays are all black. Because to be honest with you, they stuck with me ride or die. I have very few friends that are white that I still interact with. My one buddy that was in chat earlier, Bubba, he's one of them. But there's not many left. Actually, to tell you the truth, I don't have very many friends left that were like old school. Either they're dead or they never grew up or they're we just grew apart. It happens. Now, unfortunately, and I think I said this in the last stream, I don't know, you might be able to see the top of my head in the camera shot or something like that, but I have to lean in and I have to use the table actually as a resting board to hold the model steady because my left hand from being in a car accident has an unnatural shake to it from the damage in my neck. Wait, Sheree, aren't you black? You like reverse position? Yeah, I thought so. I don't understand. Maybe someday somebody will explain it to me. Somebody will explain to me why the color of someone's skin matters to who you are as a person. Somebody will explain that shit to me. I don't get it. I still have yet to hear a good argument on it. Danny, aren't you Spanish? Just different shades of brown. I don't know about that one, Danny. I'm telling you, I look like a cross between like like maybe this color pink, right? Like look, it kind of matches like this and this color white. See? Like I'm a cross between these two colors. Like, but it just to me that never dictated to you know what kind of person you are. Matter of fact, it's funny, but I think I think it's a Dr. Seuss book, isn't it? Starbelly Sneetches, where they start switching the stars and without the stars and all that, and then they all get mixed up and nobody could tell. I wonder if that ever happened with people's like ethnicity. What would happen? How we would judge people. That moment when you slip a little bit with a paintbrush and then yeah, blow it all out. I'm gonna have to get in there with orange again, and refine that and fix it. Damn, I just jacked that all up. Happy little accident. Yeah, I mean, we can define people in good and evil. I mean, it's really their actions. People can say whatever the hell they want, but really, and it's this one of those reasons I respect ABL because I may not agree with everything he says, but at least he's consistent in it. And you can tell he's not BSing you. He's telling you like how he sees the world. Although I'm still not quite sure about the second channel of his because I've watched it a couple times. And it's not a knock against him, but when you're giving relationship advice to people, might help if you're in a successful relationship first. Just my opinion. Like it's not like a 400-pound man telling you how to eat less, you know? Like I don't know. He's black Irish, yes. Yeah, you're not wrong, Sheree. That's and the problem is people aren't comfortable in their own skin nowadays. So they may want to be honest with you, but they're afraid to be honest. I don't think he's coming out too bad. Let's see. So this is what he's supposed to look like. There's the model. I think I'm pretty close. He's getting there. I mean, he's got some wet spots on him and everything else. Now for the fun part where I'm really going to screw up because, well, see, I think I went a little big on the left pupil versus the right. I'm going to have to put more black into it. The saying goes like this, Danny Boss. Hard times make hard men. Hard men make good times. Good times make soft men. Soft men make hard times. And just keep following along. But that's just it. I don't even think it's all about being a hard man or a soft man. It's about being a good man. I think that's the reality of things. I think the problem is that at some point in time, it became all about you and not about anything else. And to be honest with you, I think that's what one of those things that changed with me over time was my children changed me. It wasn't getting married, it wasn't my wife, anything like this. I've had lots of girlfriends. You know, I've only ever had one wife and I will only ever have one wife. But I never thought outside of myself until I had kids and then I saw everything happen for them. And that changed my perspective on damn near everything. All right, fix that one little creepy blowout on that eye. Fix the creepy little blowout on the other eye. Fire chicken's actually looking all right now. It's looking like a fire chicken. So that's a little thing that nobody ever likes to talk about. Danny, the abortion rate, you know, because it's always pro life, pro choice, pro life, pro choice. There's a reason why they put abortion clinics where they put abortion clinics to control certain sets of the population, is the way I'll put it, and I'll leave it at that. That's the part that nobody wants to talk about, though, because the truth is obvious. Thank you, Six, by the way. The truth is obvious of what you're trying to control and the demographic you're trying to control. Oh, I got a whole bunch of cleanup to do on this bad boy. Poor Pikachu. He's sitting in the back. He looks like he friggin' had sex with a Dalmatian or something. Like, poor thing. Yellow. Yeah, it is a yellow. Damn. Not yet. His comb's got to get a second coat. His body's got to get a second coat. His feet have to get a second coat. Damn it, stop falling over. His underwings, too. Crickets. Because it's so because it's so quiet. I need to get I need to get one of those headsets with the microphone on it. I mean, I could even take my. I wonder if my headset would work. The only problem is I wouldn't be able to hear anything. I would just be able to speak through it, like the ShamWow guy. Like I need one of those. I know some professional model painter might stumble on this live stream one day and be like, "This guy's a complete idiot. Look at the way he's doing that. Look at the techniques he's using. He's terrible." It's all good. I'm at least getting some kind of result. Even if it's slow and steady wins the race. Oh yeah, you're not wrong. Sheree, you got it in one. That is 110% the way that works. Here's the thing. I'm surprised they haven't shot RFK yet. I'm just going to throw this out there. I'm real shocked that nobody has taken a shot at that guy yet. The moment he threw his support behind Trump, I I'm just shocked. I figured somebody we would have seen something about him being assassinated because it kind of if there was an advantage with him in for one side, then it just tilted with him throwing that support. He has no protection, but I'll bet you he has protection. He pays for his own security. It's not like the Kennedy family has gone broke or anything. Plus, his wife is Cheryl Hines, so it's not like they don't have money. I don't even know how much money she got per episode of Oh God, I can't remember the name of the show with Larry David. Oh, the Larry David Show. That would probably be the name of it. Who knows what's next? I can tell you what I think is next, Danny. As far as American politics go, I think Joe Biden waits till October and steps down and makes Kamala the president. And I don't think it's going to be a voluntary thing. I think it's going to be very, very forced. Why are they waiting to do it? Trump got shot. You saw how long the news cycle lasted on it. What, a week before they went back to calling him Hitler? And that he must be stopped and he's a threat to democracy. But for that week, it was all kumbaya. If they wait till just before the election and she's president, then it makes it more acceptable in their point of view to the voter that Kamala is the president. And if for whatever reason she doesn't win and beat Trump, then she still becomes the first female president. So they can put that under the win column in their eyes. We had the first black president, even though Barack is only what, half black. Wasn't like he was full African American. He was half black. But still they can put that in there that we had the first female president, and then they'll switch her back from, identifying as black to identifying as Asian. So it's basically a checklist. Plus, with her in the White House, like I said, if you do it before the election, then you've guaranteed one, you've made history. You've guaranteed, and it's a long shot that she is that she's going to win the election. I'm not going to lie. I think a lot of the polls, when I look at them, I only half-ass believe them. I don't completely believe everything I see. Especially after watching that interview. Anybody that gave a shit about Kamala Harris that actually watched that interview has to be scratching their head and saying, "What the hell? I can't vote for this. This is bullshit." See who dancing? Tim Walls. Give me 1 second. Oh, I gotta grab a drink. Move my legs. My ass is gone numb. Whoa. So, do you guys like this setup better than that the first stream setup? The Trump two-step, Jesus. That's not brisk, baby. All right. Let's see what I have screwed up on this thing. Quite a bit. Quite a bit. You know who I'd love to have on this stream, just in the chat, would be Ivan. Sheree, you are always so positive and nice. Thank you. I would love to have Ivan on this stream. I would just let him go for like an hour before I even responded, and then I would just respond with "you're wrong," and that would be my entire response to him. And I call that trolling the troll. Ivan would explain to me how to paint, and I would ask him like how much does he charge to redo my house, like the interior of one of the rooms in my house. Ivan isn't a coyote. Although I'll tell you what, I would not be shocked to find out he has like an arrest warrant for him in Panama. Because I've never heard of somebody going from Panama to, I think he said he was in Massachusetts. That's a pretty long, like, I need to get the hell away from wherever I was. That's that's the equivalent of you, Danny, saying, yeah, I live in Australia now. I might have been wanted by the British authorities. I'm going to China. Like, it's a long way. But I'll be honest, I always like it when Ivan calls in. He's always the one that makes me laugh the hardest. Him and the weed and coke guy. Lothar, the libertarian or whatever the hell his name is. That dude cracks me up, especially this past week when he called in. He was like, I swing both ways, or he said something like that, and I was like, oh goodness, just throwing it all out there, are we? Like, all right then. If you'd come live with me. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's a good hidey hole. Definitely a good place to lay low and stay off the radar. Nobody'd think to look for you here. I mean, I'll be honest with you. If I ever took and because I've never gone overseas, I've never had a desire to. But I even told my wife if I would take a trip anywhere, it would be to Japan. That would be the only place she could get me to go, just because I like the culture. The only thing I don't like, well, this is one of those things I don't understand about ABL. And maybe one of you guys can clue me in. When Ivan starts going off, why does he always cut him off? I understand when he starts cussing or whatever, but ABL always goes, okay, I'm getting triggered now. Why are you getting triggered if what you're saying is true? Shouldn't it just be, okay, good opinion, thank you for the call? Like, ABL's always polite to him, but at the same point in time, why does he let it piss him off? Like I felt bad on the last show too when ABL cut off the guy who came in and was clearly making fun of the like he was supposed to be the dude in the wheelchair calling in from the DNC. And ABL didn't catch the joke and he's like, I ain't got all night, just call me the N word or whatever the hell he said. And I was like, oh God. Like the guy was making a joke. Relax. Chill, boss. Chill. I actually think this guy's almost done. Holy shit. I got some definite blowouts in the yellow to the orange that have to be cleaned up, but yeah, I think he's almost good to go. Yeah, but ABL was married. He should be used to that shit. Like to your point, Danny. Like my wife does that shit to me every now and again. I do that to my wife every now and again too. But I don't understand why it triggers him so much. We got Yeah, that's just it. It's like I mean, no, okay, here you go. Here's the one thing though. I'm not a political commentator. I was mortified. I watched it was Tim Scott and Tim Scott went on I think it's called The Verdict with Ted Cruz. That's the podcast with Ted Cruz, right? The Verdict. And Tim Scott pulled out his cell phone, put it up to the microphone, and played back his voice messages for the day. And some of the shit that people called up his office and called him, I was like, yo, you need to find that guy and beat his ass now, sir. Like, better yet, you give me his address, I'll go beat his ass, and then you just get me out of jail somehow. I was like, yeah, this is the exact opposite of tolerant. Huh. Yeah, you know what, Sheree? How long have you been How long has everybody been watching ABL? Like long time? I've been watching them for quite a while. Like mm, at least two presidential elections, or I think it's about two presidential elections. Yeah, I think that's about right. Um, I know I was watching him the first time I caught him. He was talking with Officer Tatum on something. I used to watch Officer Tatum all the time, and I'm not super religious, but Officer Tatum was starting to get more like super religious, and it kind of turned me off to his content. And ABL was on there, and I was like, ah, he's cool. So I checked out his channel and just followed him and started watching him. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Tatum. I don't know what happened to him. Like, it's not like I disagree with his content. Just, I don't know if he just got too big. Like, that happens sometimes. People get too big, and then, like, the YouTuber or whatever, like, all of a sudden they completely change. And you're like, what happened? I used to really enjoy this guy's content, and now it's kind of. Yeah, it was definitely before the beard, Danny. Um, One of the other ones I used to watch, and I don't know what the hell happened. It was something that happened in 2020. Like, I don't know if it's the BLM riots and George Floyd and all that or what. But I used to watch a guy named the Amazing Lucas, and like, I don't know what the fuck happened to that dude. Like, it was a train wreck. Like, he was kind of funny and cool and everything, and then all of a sudden it was just like, it was like he lost his goddamn mind out of nowhere, and you're like, wait, what? Like, you just turned a total 180. What is wrong with you? I don't even know if that guy still has a YouTube channel. I just like unsubscribed to him and just never watched his shit again. It's like, what happened to this guy? Ooh. Yeah, and I appreciate the hell out of you guys for watching me, like, that's just it, Danny. You don't have to. But I really do appreciate it. I just I think the first live stream I did, I looked at it, it was like 62 views or something, and I was like, Jesus Christ, people actually watched it. Um, Even though there was only like 6 or 7 of you guys watching it concurrently or whatever while it was running, I was like, damn, people actually watched it. Like, I was shocked because I figured that would be it, just like 4 or 5 people. Um, and then Sheree out of nowhere, she's like, so that's where all the cool kids are. I'm just like, God damn it. Like I didn't even think about it, like, because like I said, I don't want to go into somebody else's stream and be like, oh, I'm streaming and all this other stuff. I was just kind of telling Bina, and Sheree saw it. But I didn't even think about, like, well, outside the Discord, I've got to get better with that, like, announcing that I'm streaming or what have you. But it doesn't matter, even if it was just, for one person watching it or whatever. As long as you guys are enjoying it and it's fun, it's worth doing. All right, guys, what do you think? Should I call them good? Let's see. Oh, there we go. I think he's set to get glazed. What do you guys think? Should we call that one good? Yeah, not bad if you go back and watch the beginning of the stream, how sloppy it is and everything else, and then like this poor damn Pikachu shows you just how sloppy they start off. Like all the brushstrokes, all that, and um, but yeah, I figured I could knock out like 3 of them and instead BSing and reading chats and going back and forth. Yeah, he came out solid, I think, from a little gray blob to that with what, like however much the craft paint costs. Now, when I hit him with the glaze, he'll be all shiny and look like plastic almost. So a lot of the, but once that glaze hits, I can't touch him up or retouch. Let's see. Let me look at that comb. See this little spot in there where it's like I got a little orange blowout. I'll end up hitting it with yellow and then I'll end up hitting it with orange again. Watch. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely hitting with orange again. Let that dry for a minute. Oh, daddy's hands. Dear Lord. Six, you still lurking in the chat? That's just it. How many people are actually like watching right now and not saying anything? Like I know I got my bruv and I got Sheree watching because you guys are just chatty Cathy's. But how many other people are watching and not saying anything? So here you go. Here's another question for you guys. Should I put numbers on the different streams like, happy accidents 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Should I give them different titles every time? Should I, should I do something to distinguish each stream or whatever? Like, I know some people, it's not like I have guest people on here, so I'm not worried about that kind of stuff. I also think I've only dropped like maybe 4 F bombs this entire stream, which is kind of impressive considering I guess I used them all up in my first stream. I'm not worried about like algorithm or anything like that. I'm just thinking, is it easier to keep track of? Like, for example, if I had called this, GAM blah 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 Torchic stream or something like that, where it's the model I'm painting, or number 2. So this way we know chronologically because the next time I go live is Thursday, which is right after AB. Like I said, I'll be doing Thursdays and Sundays every at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock Eastern Standard, which I feel bad because Danny's watching and like right now it's like what 12:25 and Danny is up and watching this stuff when he should probably be asleep or with a girl. The hell, you're having a rough night? Well, I mean, hopefully this gave you some place to like just put your mind somewhere else for a little bit. Even if it did that, then I succeeded. If it gave, if Sheree watched this and said, "Oh, that was cool. He painted it. Look, he can do it. I can do it." I succeeded. the whole point to this, like me painting and everything else, is to kind of give everybody a break from everything for a minute and show that even an idiot like me can do this. And if an idiot like me can do this, then you can probably do it better. But the whole thing is, it doesn't help that I made sure I put in there that the stream is not labeled towards kids, even though young people, because I look at it this way. If you say something's not for kids, more kids will watch it than if you say it's for everyone. Because I know as a kid, the thing I wanted to watch was the thing I wasn't allowed to watch. Yeah, you do really try your best too, Danny, like to hang with us and everything. And I have so the one guy that I'm very close with in playing video games and all this, and it's funny as hell because we all thought he was like 20 years old when we started playing with him, and it turned out he was like 15, but he had like a very deep voice, all this on the mic, and then we didn't find that out until he turned like 16 or 17. And he's like 18 or 19 now, but he's over in the UK too, and he's been telling me stuff about how bad it's been getting the same way you've been telling me this. And we just call him the Brit. And he he's like a very good friend of mine. But it's rough playing together because his sleep schedule, like he'll stay up all night sometimes playing with us because it's just off. It's off from American time by like 6 hours or whatever it is. But yeah, so I get it, and I really really do appreciate you even watching. Yeah. Yeah, we call it Gammon Brit. Like, if we're playing Sea of Thieves, it's the boat's name, the Gammon Brit. If we have like a guild or whatever together, it's called Gammon Brit. And I'll tell you what, he said one of the sweetest things to me one time. It was sweet and like, but it was so insulting at the same moment. And I know you're kind of older like me, Sheree, so you'll get this. Danny will probably like half get it, but he's like 21 now or what have you. And or he's 20, I think. And he said to me one night, I was like, bro, go get some sleep. We've been playing, for like 10 hours straight. Go get some rest. And he goes, nah, man, I want to play the game with you as long as possible, like whatever game we were playing at the time. Because I'm going to play, as much Xbox with you as possible. Said, said, man, I'll be here tomorrow. He goes, yeah. He's like, but you're an old man and you won't always be there to play the game with. And like I was like, I didn't know whether to be mad about that or like it touched my heart at the same time. See, it's like, God damn it, I am getting old. I was like, you're not, you like his logic's not wrong though. But like I said, it was touching, but at the same point in time, it's like I feel like I should be mad right now because I'm not that old yet, am I? Oh, there we go. Okay. Finishing touch. Cleaned it up. All right. Torchic is done. That took a while. Oh, All right. I think we're gonna call it right there. It's like 12:30. The sun's coming up in the UK for Danny Boss. Sheree, what you just said right there. Yeah, it's crazy to even think that we are the elders now. I don't feel responsible and wise enough for all that. Me, neither. You said it best, and it should give perspective to somebody who's younger. If you think that the people that were older, like I look back when I was a kid and all the adults had all the answers. I'm older now. I realize they were all full of shit. They didn't have all the answers. They never did. We always just assumed that they had all the answers because they at least had some kind of life experience. But the truth of the matter is, they never really did. And that's a terrifying thought. Because I don't know. I mean, now granted, I'm definitely like I may be an adult, but I'm like a giant kid too. I really am. I really wish I had this shit when I was a kid. Like all this, like I can make 3D models of stuff and I can paint it and everything. My God, I would have been in heaven. But at the same point in time, I also look back and go, nah, if you had that when you were a kid, you probably would have used it to make shot glasses or something. Yeah. I mean, I also got to figure out how do I sign off on lives because it was always till next time I'm Gam and I would cut some kind of joke and then be like I'll see you next time. I think from now on the way I'm going to cut off all my lives is and just remember don't take shit from anybody. We are the Toys R Us generation. We're also the Kitty City generation. We're the KB Toys generation. Dude, do a fart or something. Just, well, I wonder, does this shit even work? Let me see. Did you guys all hear the applause? Yeah, there you go. All right, so that is the sign out. All right, guys. I do appreciate you watching. I'll catch you on Discord throughout the week. Um, uh, like I said, I can't thank you guys enough for just even taking 5 minutes to watch me, let alone 4 hours of just listening to me ramble on and paint and everything else. I do appreciate it. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. And thank you. Thank you all so much. I really do appreciate you. All right, guys. Until next time, I'll see you guys hopefully Thursday. And remember, don't take shit from anybody. Good night.